joints right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimping and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, just that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and to spark up your home and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike, you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashing for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earned route. And working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Yes. What's happening with y'all, man? Okay, we good. What's up with it, man? Y'all already know what to do when you step into a pimp's domain. Wipe your feet off at the door. We're gonna get ready to chop this shit, man. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in, tapping in with a pimp. Y'all already know my first order of business. Got to hydrate my game, put some of this love in my body. Cheers to the game. It's a trip. I see everybody about this whole Britney Renner, Kevin Gates situation still, right? And it's funny because it kind of got to do with the subject at hand that we gonna chop it about this evening or this morning, whichever one you want to call it, depending on where you at. Brother Tyler, as always, kicking the dough down with the love, man. Good looking with the $2 holla. Hit the like button. Yes, indeed. But yeah, it's funny because this whole Britney Renner, Kevin Gates situation, right? People could say what they want about Kevin Gates. A lot of people got criticism for Kevin Gates. But one thing I can say, from what I see, he's not the one making a fool of himself. He's not the one that was like jumping through flaming hoops and swimming through quicksand and wrestling with alligators and gargling peanut butter, all just to have this bitch. You dig? She was breaking her neck for him, on the other hand. So in his situation, he wasn't a joke. Unlike a lot of cats, man, Kevin Gates wasn't a joke in the situation. The joke wasn't on him. The joke is on her. But, you know, she has a tendency, Britney Renner, to make a mockery of herself. And that's what I see going on. And it's funny because all these dudes is talking shit about her. That's mostly who I see talking shit about her, is a bunch of guys. But the funny part about it, not only will most guys that's talking shit about her jump when she say jump, but they gonna pay her to jump when she say jump as well. Most dudes talking shit about Britney Renner right now, they gonna trick on her in a heartbeat. They gonna empty they finances. They gonna break the piggy bank. They gonna do all that for a little taste of Britney Renner. For real though. But and that's what the subject at hand is about. That's what we talking about. You know, dudes making a joke out of themselves, you know, when it comes to these females. Ray Gunn, my loved one, good looking with the $2 holla. Glory to the game, long live sin. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, man, you know, it's yeah, they gonna break the piggy bank, man. For Britney Renner, trust me. All these dudes making these videos having criticism on her name and all this other type of shit. Them dudes, they gonna break the piggy bank for the bitch, man. That's what they gonna do for sure. You dig? Now, see me, I mean, Britney Renner, she not an ugly chick by a long shot. You dig? But sometimes, you know, when she show herself, especially them times when she don't be having the makeup on and she don't have the mask on, she just look like a Who from Whoville to me sometimes. That might just be me though. I don't know. I ain't calling her ugly or nothing like that because she ain't ugly, but she be looking like she from Whoville sometimes to me. You dig? But I might be tripping though. I don't know. And if I ain't tripping, that means that you can't unsee it. Now that I done said that, you know what I mean? You see her as a Who from Whoville and you can't unsee it. You dig? But yeah, man. It's a lot of Britney Juniors in the world. A lot of females aspire to be something like her or her. You know, a lot of young ladies aspire to be in her shoes and do the things that she's done and do the things that she's even doing right now. And, you know, what a lot of cats don't understand is chicks like that be looking at you like a joke. Because, man, again, it's a lot of dudes that be talking shit about these females, but you know, the same dudes that's talking shit are the ones that's gonna do some big old tricking, or they gonna break their neck, and they gonna do more to have the bitch than they will for a Klondike bar. Um, and it ain't just squares. It's a lot of dudes in the game sells the pimping. They, man, man, I know I'm finna ruffle a lot of feathers in the game, man, but it's the truth though, man. Hey, listen, a lot of dudes in the game that I be seeing that call themselves pimps nowadays, man, y'all more thirsty than squares. Y'all more thirsty than tricks. And pimping, we don't know how to be thirsty. But it's a bunch of dudes in the game that's thirsty and doing thirsty shit. Whole bunch of dudes. I always say the majority of dudes in the game is doing thirsty shit. And what they don't understand is that these bitches is laughing at you, man. They looking at you like you less than them, and they ain't shit. Now, how is that? Some bitches that ain't shit is looking at you. You supposed to be the pimping. But they ain't shit, and they looking at you like you less than them. So if they ain't shit, then what does that make you? And you can't even be mad at them for seeing you the way that they do, because you present yourself in a way that makes them have the outlook on you that they have. It's not based on no false shit. It's based on the way you conduct yourself. Hey, man, I was trying to find a video earlier, man. Let me see if I can find that shit just real quick. Oh, give me just a second, man. I really want to show this video. I know several different people posted the shit before, but this is a prime example of the shit that I'm talking about if I can find it. But if I can't find it, I'll just give commentary. Okay, I think I might be able to find it. Hold on. I might got action. Hold up. Let me see where it's at. Yep, I think I might. Hold on, yeah. I just got to scroll down a little bit, but I got it right here. I know it's over here. Let me just scroll down, son. I know it's on here. And see, you know, I ain't gonna lie. I be sparing a lot of dudes, man, because I know a lot of people look up to me and they admire me, and you know they would love to have my approval. And I ain't nobody. I'm just, you know, I'm just a lowly pimp. I ain't nobody, you know. I ain't no authority of the game or no shit like that. But you know, I do my best not to have too much criticism on certain individuals, because they I know they see me a certain way, and it's like to disappoint their favorite pimp would be like a devastating thing for them. You dig? Damn, this shit is way down here. I know it's here though. I know I'm like gotta be close. I gotta be close. It's got to be somewhere over in here. Yeah, here we go. Okay. It's a series of videos. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let me put my headphones in. Okay. All right. Hold up. Okay. Now. Bam. Now you can already see from the initial the way this shit start that it's gonna be crazy. But check this out.
YouTuber. He's a YouTuber, man. He's a YouTuber, man. What the fuck you going? Yeah, put that bitch on in the I'm the head of bitch. He has a whole lot of game going on, bitch. So fucking beer, man.
Now I can't front. Okay, first of all, these supposed to be pimps, right? And you know, some of them I'm kind of like a little familiar with, but I don't personally know any of these guys. But this supposed to be the pimping. Now, man, I just don't see. I don't understand why they, why they got this car surround. Well, I do understand what's around it, but is the little broad, is she that important? I just don't see the importance of that broad for it to be, however many of these dudes it is. It looked like it's at least 10 of them, if not more, surrounding this car. They jumping on the hood. I don't know, man. Me, myself, I'm just, call it what you want, but I'm too pimpish to be jumping on tricks, hoods of the car and all that type of shit, man. My pimping is not built for that. My pimping is built for, doing pimpish things, and that's not pimpish at all. Jumping on top of tricks' cars and shit like that. Then they kick in the tricks' car, and, they would have felt stupid if the trick turned his car into a weapon and started mowing their ass down, right? But it's just like a lot of roughneck activity. It's just like real rough. The video is just like wild. It's a lot of wild. It ain't nothing smooth and pimpish at all. I mean, y'all tell me, man. Let's look at this some more and play it again. And I'm going to play you some other videos too. I want y'all to tell me. And you ain't got to agree with me. Just because I'm saying something doesn't mean that you have to agree with me. You might think this video is extremely pimpish. I don't know. But I'm just trying to find some pimp elements up in this video. I mean, the location is some pimping takes place there. The location where they are can be pimpish, when pimp activities is taking place there. But aside from the location, like, I want to know what is pimpish about this video. You know what I mean? Because people might say, "Oh, Freeze, man, you outdated, man. The pimps, the way you used to pimp, man, back in the days, it ain't like that now, man. It's 2025, man. This how we doing it." I might just be an old, outdated, out of touch pimp. You know what I mean? Maybe this video is extremely pimpish. I don't know, but I want y'all to tell me what's pimpish about this video and these other ones that we gonna play, because it's a series of them. yeah, see, like me, I'm not kicking cars. I don't know. I don't, you know, and I'm not saying I ain't never did no hot shit and I ain't never did no wild shit. I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like that. You know, some of y'all done seen some of the hot shit and wild shit I done. But this type of stuff, you know what I mean, vandalism, Pimp ain't vandalizing tricks cars and all that talk, you know. Am I tripping? Let me see what y'all saying because I can't see the, okay. Hold on. They look more like fans. He just said, fuck the car, huh? Yeah. They look like a gang of groupies. I concur with that statement. They look like a gang of groupies. Are they really claiming pimping though? Ray Gun, you can't believe it, huh? Yeah, and not only are they claiming it, I'm willing to bet, and I'm not even a gambler, but I'm willing to bet that most of these guys, if not all of them, probably got some little slow shout bus shouty out there, you know, getting something and handing it over to them. Yeah, man, but let's continue. I was just wanting to read some of y'all comments because while I'm playing the video, well, I could do it like this. Give me just a second so I can see y'all comments while I'm playing the video because I can't do it all on the laptop. Hold up. Okay. Now let's continue. Now I must say that trick boy, that must be his favorite 304 in the world. He really loved that one. He loved that one so much, he got his car vandalized by pimps. That don't even sound right. Pimps vandalizing cars. A lot of pimps vandalizing cars. That's crazy. But he loved that one so much, he rescued her from a bunch of, vandals. Got his car vandalized. Man, I hope he must have did some amazing tricking on her after that. Cause man, I admire tricks, man. Like the things that they'll endure just to do some tricking, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Let me hold on, man. Yeah, the things that tricks endure, I had to give him a round of applause. The things that a trick will endure for the sake of tricking. This man, when he went to go do some tricking that morning, I'm pretty sure he didn't think that his car would be vandalized, especially to that extent. His bumper was hanging off, his window was shattered, his side mirror got tore off, all type of shit, just to do some tricking. And they were saying he a YouTuber. I don't know if he had his camera out and was recording or something. Because, a lot of people do that nowadays, too. It's like every blade in every city has, several different people that ride around and record activities on the blade. And some of these guys be interviewing 304s, and he might be one of them. I don't know, because they was calling him a YouTuber. So I don't know if he called himself interviewing the chick in the midst of all of this. But let's check out some of their other videos because it's a few of them. Here go another one.
Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Yeah, man! Oh, damn! Yeah!
should have went home.
See, they talking about it's a whole lot of pimping going on, but they touching on her. One of them pulled her hair to the side, like, and then it's so many of them. Like I said before, man, this whole scene looks like 10 dudes sharing a blunt, right? Can you imagine 10 guys on one blunt? That's what this looked like. You know, it's just very thirsty. It's very unfly. It's bad enough don't nobody even look like a pimp. Like, even if they weren't doing anything, even if they was just standing around, don't none of them even look like pimps. I can't tell what they are. I can't tell if they jackers. I can't tell if they rappers, because everybody look alike nowadays. You know, it used to be a time where you could tell people apart. Like, gangbangers had a certain dress code, so when you see the gangbangers, you'll see them and be like, okay, he a gangbanger. You know, rappers, they had a certain look to them. So if you see a rapper, you be like, okay, that's a rapper. The pimping for show. I don't want you to get it twisted. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, pimps sweat hoes. That's part of the game. But this right here, this ain't even, okay, because it's like 10 dudes surrounding this one chick, right? Now me, I'm just way too pimpish. I've always been way too pimpish. I've never done this. Now don't get it twisted. I done sweated a chick for blocks, but not with 10 other guys, right? I done had a chick boxed in before, tearing her ear off, but not with 10 other guys. I don't even know how that feel. And, you know, I've seen this take place in front of me with somebody who I wanted to sweat. But, you know, I'm the type, I'm going to sit back and wait till everybody done. Because, you know, I don't need a bunch of nonsense competing with the game that I'm kicking. Because I know the game that I'm kicking is powerful. And I don't need to be competing my powerful game with a bunch of, hey now, say now, you know, and they touching on the bitch and all that type of. Nah, I'm not. I'm freeze, man. I'm way too fly, and I've always been way too fly. Even when I was green in the game, I ain't never did no shit like this. So, you know, but this is what people think is the game, though, nowadays, right? So it take for some pimping to come on here and say, hey, man, this ain't got nothing to do with the game, because it don't. Like, see, when a pimp campaign, right, his objective is to knock a 304. You see none of them, right? And even if she does see him, you know, it's too many to choose from. Let's just say this chick wanted to choose somebody in that group. And it's very possible that she might have wanted to choose somebody in that group. But you have all these different dudes in her face. You know, she facing a wall, so she can't see none of them. And then you have 10 different guys talking to her at one time. Whose message do you think is going to get across to that? And then 9 times out of 10, ain't none of. Let's try to interpret some of the shit that they saying. Let's see. I'm gonna try to see if I can catch anything pimpish being said, because the behavior ain't pimpish, the appearance ain't pimpish, but maybe the words might be pimp. Let's try to interpret some of these words that's being said.
Oh my God,
baby, where's your nigga to protect you?
She ain't got no nigga. She ain't got no nigga. Oh my God. 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 Oh. Oh.
Man, I you know, see, this is why it's a lot of these, because, you know, I'll be biting and I roast the hell out of people. And, you know, in real life, face to face, down and around. And, you know, a lot of times people don't do that. But I just keep it real. And I hold this game to a certain standard, right? Everybody I just got to keep it real. I can't sugarcoat this shit. Everybody looks dusty. For the people that got dreads, they dreads look like they've been sitting in the Sahara Desert. They dreads look like they've been sitting in Death Valley. They dreads is thirsty. I want to, you know, I wish I could put some love in they dreads, because they dreads look thirsty. The ones that got dreads. The ones who don't have dreads, they either need to braid their hair or get a haircut or do something. You know, the majority of these dudes look like they just rolled out the bed and came to the track. Didn't have no contact with soap and water, didn't have no contact with toothpaste, toothbrush, no contact with mouthwash, you know what I mean? No contact with deodorant. They got no contact orders against deodorant, toothpaste, soap and water, you know what I mean? They got stay away orders. They got restraining orders against, you know, hygiene and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's what everybody looked like. Everybody in this video looked like they got restraining orders against hygiene. You know what I mean? Like, hygiene can't come within 100 feet of their ass. You know what I mean? That's just the truth, man. Everybody look dusty. And, you know, I'm not saying nothing that I wouldn't say face to face, because, again, people who done been down and around with me know I will roast the shit out of your ass, especially if you misrepresenting this. I just call a spade a spade. And you know, it's really a privilege and an honor to get roasted by some pimping, right? And, you know, it's not to say that none of these guys have the potential to be some pimping, and they can't grow and evolve into some pimping, but it take for pimping to chop your ass for you to get your shit in line sometimes, man. And, you know, everybody friendly with each other, everybody nice to each other. They probably don't sweat none of they, you know, if whoever that broad is, her folks ain't friends with them. You know, I'm sure they got the buddy system going on. You know, all of these different dudes, they probably ain't sweating none of each other's broads. You know, they got the buddy system shit going on, like, oh, we buddies, so we ain't gonna sweat each other's broads. We gonna become buddies with each other so that we can't sweat each other's broads. You know, that's how a lot of these dudes stay safe, because, you know, they become buddy with dudes strictly for the sake of not, you know, they bras not getting sweated. But you know, they talking about where your ninja at, you know, so he could protect you. I don't know, man. This whole shit is unpimpish, man. Straight up.
Oh my God. Oh, best friend. That's best friend. Oh, best friend. Oh, no. Kick that bitch out.
Let me see, man. Let's check these other ones out. Like I said, it's a series of them.
Oh, I'm out of here. Wait, who is this in the car? Who is this house in the car, though? Who is this house in the car, though? Who is this house in the car? Whoa! This holy shit. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Oh. Whoa.
Here we go, walking all over the car again. Like, I don't get that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, see, this is what cats don't be thinking about. This is why I know, you know, these dudes, they don't have no mentors. They don't have no type of understanding about the game. They just get abroad, they want to fuck with them, and then they jump out there. But they don't learn etiquette, you know, the do's and don'ts of the pimping, how a pimp supposed to conduct itself. You know, they don't learn none of that, because, like, why are you walking on top of a car? What's wrong with you? Where you get that from? Who told you that that's pimping? Like, and then, like, these bras, like, They look dusty too. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just too critical of everything, man. But these bras, I don't see none of them in there that's worth all the attention that these guys are showering them with, man. You know, as I've said before, you know how people be making it rain on bras in the club with money. They making it rain on these bras with attention. You know, and this is why bras think guys are a joke. You know, it ain't just people in the game, it's squares too. But this is why this type of conduct is why so many bras, so many guys like they a joke. Now look at these chicks. You know, they in a little Lexus. That Lexus is probably older than everybody in the car. Let me see if I could get another look at this car.
Whoa. What the fuck, bitch? You can't save this house.
Man, everybody look dusty, man. Okay, this whoever's head that is, he look like his dreads might be fresh, but man, the majority of these dudes look dusty, man.
Going down out here. Oh, man.
Yeah, that Lexus is for sure older than every broad in the car. Lexus is probably like a early 2000s. So it's probably older than most of the chicks in that car. But I just don't see anything in that car that's worth all of this. This shit is crazy. And then, you know, pimping, like me, I think about what I project. I think of what I project, right? And because of that, I'm responsible with what I project. And me being responsible with what I project prompts me to project gentlemen. The pimping is a gentleman. And I don't see any type of gentleman-like conduct. Like, you pose to be chose, you campaign. I don't see any of this type of conduct that's going to make a 304 want to choose any of these guys. It's not to say that they won't get chose, because I'm sure they're going to get chose. But it's like, why are you getting chose? You probably got some other shit going on. But whatever the case, right? I don't think any of these guys know what it feels like to get chose just based on your campaign, right? Now, don't get it twisted. Pimping is like, again, pimping gonna be proactive. Pimping gonna shoot his shot at different chicks, and he gonna campaign in that way. But also a part of your campaign is attracting 304s by the way that you present yourself. And I'm like wondering where these dudes learn this from. Where did you learn this from? Like, where does this come from? Who started this shit? Everybody all on top of the car. And it's like, they don't understand when they do this, they make these chicks feel way more important than they actually are. Right? They probably don't even know what type of 304 these chicks then, you know, is about. They probably don't know. They probably ain't thinking about, okay, what would it be like to actually have it? If this chick decides to mess with me, what would it be like to have her? Is she even worth having? Because 9 times out of 10, none of them chicks in the car is probably even worth having. You know? And I don't, like me, myself, I don't know if they got folks. They were saying that they renegades, and it kind of do seem like renegade activity with them chicks in that car. But that's one reason why I don't like, you know, 304s having a car like close to the blade, because, you know, a lot of chicks just go to the car to be lazy. They sit in the car, drink, get high, all that type of shit. And, you know, me, I pay attention to stuff like that. Before I just shoot my shot at any and everything, I pay attention. And if I see a chick that's always ducking off in the car, you know, smoking and drinking, they in the car, you know, drinking and getting high together and all that type of shit, I'm not saying nothing to nobody because I don't want to have to fight to undo that if I do end up coming up with one of these chicks. I'm not finna fight against that. And that's what you're going to have to fight against. Like, I guarantee you, them chicks in that car, they probably done took like 20 breaks throughout the night. They probably done spent more time inside that car than they have down and around, you know, trying to catch dates. I don't want to have to undo that. You know, I'm not trying to do a whole lot of correction. I want to, you know, identify what's good about a chick and then amplify the goodness in her. You know? So yeah, man, this shit right here is crazy.
Oh, see? Can't you see? What's up, man? Look at
This is crazy. Again, I'm wondering, like, somebody please tell me, man, because I really want to know. What is pimpish about this? What's pimp this scene right here? I really want to know what is pimpish about this. Is there anything? I don't see nothing pimpish. This brother right here, bless his heart, he got a do-rag on. This brother right here got a nappy-ass afro. This brother right here, he dancing on top of the car. He dancing on top of the car. I don't know. Nothing looks pimpish. Yeah, Six Hustles. That's what I said. The street, you know, they own the blade, so the blade can be pimpish, but aside from like the location, like, and you know, I don't want you to get it twisted. These chicks, if they do have got, you know, it's not like, you know, they don't deserve the chicks in the car or the chicks in the car are too good for them. No, I ain't saying none of that because 9 times out of 10, them bras that's in the car, if they do mess with anybody, the somebodies that they mess with is probably a fit right in with the guys that's surrounding the car right now. You dig? So, you know, it's nothing pimpish. It's nothing 304-ish. You know, nothing about, I don't know, this shit crazy. It's like 10 dudes around this car. It's crazy.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
Why you gonna save her?
Oh, shit, I'm out of here. Wait, who is this in the car? Who is these hoes in the car, though?
And see, you know, people just be being themselves and just doing their thing, but they don't understand how, you know, people don't understand the impact of what they do, right? But shit that you do, even though you might think it's going to stay within a certain, you know, realm of the world, when you put shit on the internet, ain't no telling who it might come across like that, what hands it might get in, and, you know, what those people might do.
Hey, one thing and two things to serve. This is a beautiful morning. Oh, hey, baby, I'm just saying, no. What is it for, though? Whoa, bitch, where you going? Best friend, no, best friend, no. No, best friend, where we going, bitch? Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Yeah, this is just crazy again. Now this one young brother, his hair look kind of fresh. You know what I mean? Everybody don't look so dusty right here, but the conduct is just so unfly. To be real though, again, like I said, you got 10 dudes sweating one chick at a time, and see what this. Okay, some context, because you might think that what's going on is the location is what you see on the video, right? But this is Figueroa Street. They are on the back streets of Figueroa Street, right? So I guarantee you that if they was to go like on the, anywhere else in the area, it's probably 100, chicks down over there. Let's give the benefit of the doubt and say it's at least 50 chicks down over there, right? So for it to be 50 girls down over there and for 10 guys to be on one is, it doesn't make any sense. And then the one that they're on, because of the way that they're on her, most likely nobody is going to get chose. Now again, like I said, pressing a chick and it's ways that you go about shit, right? Like in the game, we got what's called a double max squeeze, right? The double max squeeze is, as the term implies, double mac. Two individuals, two gentlemen. Double max squeeze, where, it's two pimps sweating one chick, and, it might be a good pimp, bad pimp type situation. Or, one pimp is playing assist. One pimp is playing Jason Kidd to the other pimp. Like, yeah, you need to go ahead and get with him. Whoopty whoop. He, y'all look good together. Something like that. But, every man for theyself. They ain't nobody working together. They don't even know how to campaign with each other. It's just a bunch of this shit look like a Wu-Tang concert. You know what I mean? Where it's 10 dudes on the mic, like it's just it looked like a Wu-Tang concert. You dig? For real though. But but yeah, man, this shit is just crazy. I don't get it.
That's where she's trying to go. She's trying to hop on.
Then you see somebody was pulling on something. I don't know if she got headphones in, but something that's on her, somebody is pulling on it. Like, why are y'all? And then this the cold part about it. These dudes is touching on her and all this shit, but if somebody touched they broad, they gonna be ready to unalive the whole track. That's the crazy part about it. You touching somebody's 304, but if somebody even, ain't nobody even got to touch them. If the chick lie and say somebody touched her when they really didn't, they gonna be ready to come. They ain't gonna ask no questions. They ain't gonna try to have a conversation with Pimping. They gonna try to come unalive the whole shit. But you touching somebody else's broad though.
She got no folks. Jump in the tailpipe.
I don't know, man. It gives me the vibe of, hey, man, I know a lot of you guys can relate to what I'm about to say, but remember when you was in high school, man, and you go to a house party, you know, all the homies is there and shit, and you go into a room, right? And it's a chick in the room, you know, she topping everybody off, or she throwing it back on everybody, and they taking turns, and, you know, you got some cats that's standing in line, and everybody just horny, and, you know, she got a whole bunch of pipes in her face, and everybody, you know, they trying to get their turn at the same time, and it just look kind of crazy. That's what this shit remind me of. It's like everybody look horny. I don't even think they like really thinking about trying to have a chick. They probably would like to have her, but they're not thinking about what it's gonna take to have her, right? Because again, she got all these different guys in her face. It'd be different, like I said, if it was two guys or one guy sweating her at a time. You got 10 dudes all in her face, everybody talking at the same time. There's music playing, people recording and giving commentary. It's just a lot going on. And when a pimp is really trying to knock something, he not trying to compete with somebody's music playing. You know, it's 5 different cars, music playing. You know, it's 10 different guys trying to say something to her. My pimping is just too valuable. It's too important. I give too much of a damn about how my pimping looks. So I can't do that. Ain't no way in the world I could do that. That's, you know, it minimizes your support, whatever's supposed to be pimping that you're supposed to have. It minimizes it to a point where it's like you insignificant. That's what they not thinking about. To the chick, everybody's insignificant. This is why chicks don't respect the pimping. This is why chicks think the pimping is a joke. You know, these are the same type of dudes that, you know, they probably flooding a chick's DM that ain't giving them no action. You know, making it rain with attention in the DM. They liking every post and commenting on every post that a chick ain't giving them no action on. This is the type of shit that make you appear to be a joke. And can't nobody ever look at my pimping like it's a joke. I'm not going to do anything to make anybody look at my pimping like it's a joke. But a lot of dudes do jester type shit. And, you know, therefore, a lot of these chicks is going to look at them like they a joke. And see, like I said, the impact of what you do, you got to understand that you representing something bigger than yourself. If you're some pimping, you representing something bigger than just yourself. You representing the game. You representing the game. So if you representing the game, you want to make the game as a whole look good, right? Like me, when I'm out and about and squares see me, even if they might know I'm some pimping, a square is going to see me and be like, okay, that's a gentleman. You know, he's dressed like a gentleman. He carries himself like a gentleman. He communicates himself like a gentleman, speaks like a gentleman. That's a gentleman, right? So, again, like I said, none of this stuff is like gentleman type activity. But again, you representing something bigger than yourself, right? You have to understand society already hates you. They hate you for being black, first and foremost. They hate you for being a black man. And they hate you for being, you know, some pimping or, you know, portraying yourself as some pimping at least. They hate you for being black. They hate you for being a black man. And they hate you for being some pimping. So you need to be doing everything to dispel that outlook in people's minds, right? Which means, you know, if this is something that's going to go on the internet, it has to be something that makes the pimping look good. And this does not make the pimping look good. 10 guys on one chick does not make the pimping look good. Jumping on top of cars does not make the pimping look good. being out there dusty, looking like you just rolled out the bed, looking like your breath stank and your armpit stank, does not make the game look good. It don't make the pimping look good, right? And see, not only do you want to make the pimping look good as much as possible to society, but to the hoes, the ladies in the game. They supposed to be looking at the pimping like, wow. None of these guys got that wow factor. None of them. You know, I know when I come around, man, be like, wow. And, you know, it's been so many times, man, where, like I've said before, where, you know, I come on the scene, man, and, you know, the pimping is, this is just me, how I carry mine, right? The pimp is supposed to have like a mystique about it. You're supposed to have a certain type of mystique about your pimping, right? Where it's like you coming through like a phantom in the night. It's like, wow, damn, was that a pimp sighting? Did I just see a pimp? Your pimp is supposed to be like that. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I just seen a pimp. Right? Let alone hear a pimp and get you know, noticed by a pimp and get attention from a pimp and get conversation with a pimp. You know, when a 304 see a pimp, it's supposed to be like, wow, I just seen a pimp in real life. Like, wow. You know? But again, the pimping is a distinguished gentleman, distinguished, right? Which means you have to distinguish yourself, set yourself apart from everybody. Everybody look the same, everybody doing the same shit, everybody talk the same, and ain't none of it the conduct or appearance of pimping, right? It's like a bunch of pencils in a box. You ever see a box full of pencils? They all look the same. They all do the same shit. It's a box full of pencils. They all uniformed. Everything is the same. That's what these dudes is like. They like a box full of pencils. You know what I mean? Nothing unique about them. There's nothing unique about any of these guys. I can't look at any of them and say, okay, that one dude right there, he might be some pimping. The way he conduct himself, the way he look, the way he moving. None of them in the video, that was like, everybody is the same. You know, the pimping is like, the way I see mine, I'm a superstar. Right? So superstars are supposed to be the ones getting chased down. If you're a superstar, if you're a prize, you're not chasing everybody down. So this shit is, and like I said, when you put shit on the internet, right? Like, I'm gonna just give you a prime example. Now check this out.
Choosing me for sure. When I
Hey, you see this chick, she down on the blade. Now, y'all see this chick, right? She on the blade in the daytime getting it in, right? Now, she got the ankle monitor on. And let me see if I can get a better angle. I don't know if y'all can see that, but she got like the little baby bump. So she probably about 4 months pregnant, 5 months pregnant, something like that, right? Okay, yeah, you can see it a little better right there. And she looked good too, by the way, you know what I mean? But I know about the chick. She a lunatic. This chick is a straight lunatic for real, but she looked good though. But she got the ankle monitor on and she got the baby bump, right? Now, it was just put on the internet by somebody, right? How it goes through different hands and where it ends up. Show y'all my internet moving a little slow right now. Y'all got to forgive a pimp. Got me feeling like dial up. Windows 98. Come on, internet. Yeah, Amber Baker says she already had the baby. Yeah, I know that video's old. I remember when the video was posted, but I'm just giving an example of how when something gets on the internet, you know, how it travels on the internet and where it could end up. Come on, man, damn. Internet slow as hell. Shit. Trying to find this video. I can't remember if it's on here or the Celebrity Junk because O'Shea got 2 main channels that he runs. Man, internet is like super slow right now. Shit. Okay, here it goes. Now you see here, pregnant 304 sells cheeks on ankle monitor. So O'Shea did some content about that, right? And y'all know O'Shea platform on YouTube. And look at this.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know.
So this video's been out 17 hours and it has 17,000 views already, right? So it's doing some numbers.
Where Negro News comes first, and I'm just so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. Imagine you were in your car and you were going to work. Stop the show. Most of y'all ain't got no damn job as it is. I don't even know why I'm saying that. Yeah, we're just gonna be real. You living with your uncle. But assuming you did have a job, you got a dream family, and you just driving down the street, you in the car. Get survival. She's doing her best to survive. Really? Like jobs and legit resources don't exist? She's pregnant, wearing an ankle monitor, and allegedly selling cat. Let's stop sugarcoating poor decisions. Pregnant women already get access to way more resources and support than men do. Housing, programs, financial help. This isn't about survival. It's about refusing to take accountability and choosing the street over.
Yeah, see, squares say the darndest things. Like she said at the end, chick who O'Shea got this content from, the chick says, this isn't about survival. It's about refusing to take accountability and choosing the streets over stability. You're right. It's not about survival and it's not about stability. See, a real 304 is doing her thing just to survive and just to have stability. Survival and stability is, you know, simple shit. You know, that's something that anybody who is doing anything for some money should be able to have, you know, but people forget that, you know, pimps and 304s shine. Pimps and 304s live lavishly, right? So she's not out there just to survive. She's not out there just for stability, right? The kind of money that she has the potential to make is very great. I don't know her numbers. You know, the potential to do some great numbers, herself in the right type of way. So Yeah, you know, but my point, back to my original point, she was just down and around like she always is. And somebody recorded a video of her and now is going through, and this probably ain't the last, O'Shea is probably not the last person, because that's what tends to happen. When videos like this go viral, you know, all the big platforms is doing content about it. But she just stepped outside with the ankle monitor. Like, anybody who know her know that she done been down plenty of times with the ankle monitor on, plenty of times pregnant, you know, doing her shit. It's just a normal day in the life for her. But somebody decided to record her that day. She was looking real good. And now she going viral. Even though that video is old, like that video, I want to say, I want to say that video might be from last year or early this year. You know, it gets into different hands and you can't control it after a certain point, right? Once things end up on the internet, you can't control where it goes, how big it becomes, how popular it becomes, the virality of it. You can't control any of that, right? So let's look at this from a square standpoint. Now, you know, they just doing their thing. Even though I don't agree with what they doing, they call themselves trying to pimp or whatever. Okay, they doing their shit, right? But, okay, this is harassment. I'm looking at it again from a square standpoint, right? First of all, they in a residential neighborhood. People live around there. Kids go to school in the morning. It's the morning time. I don't know if it's a weekend, a school night, or whatever, but, you know, it's most likely the time of the morning where people go to work and people go to school. So this is somebody's neighborhood, right, where people pay rent, mortgages, you know, working class people that pay taxes, all this type of stuff, right? So these people that live in the community, let alone all the people that see it on the internet and who, you know, again, you can't control where it lands once it gets on the internet. But between the people on the internet and the people in the community, they don't see pimps trying to have a hoe. They see a bunch of young, wild dudes harassing girls, and in this case, vandalism. Look at that. You know what I mean? Like, Squares is seeing this. This dude is on top of the car stomping. And then they recording themselves doing this shit. Look at them jumping up and down on top of the car. I would have got jumped or something. If it was my car, they doing all this shit, either I would have got jumped or somebody would have got ran over. One of the other was going to happen for sure. And the cold part about it, if dude would have ran somebody over, he probably would have been justified, and it's recorded. So what you don't see in the video is driver of the car being confrontational with anybody. You don't see that. You don't see him, you know, damaging any property of these guys. You don't see him, you know, accosting them or harassing them. You just see them surrounding his car because of the young lady that's in the car. And then they harassing this chick right here. So, you know, this is the type of stuff that guys are not thinking about, right? They're not inclined to think this way. So, you know, it take for some seasoned pimping to get on here and break this shit down, right? But this the thing. Hold on. See, these guys themselves, and it was multiple of them. It wasn't just the one video that we seen. You could see in that video that there's other guys recording the same thing, right? So they all recording themselves doing this shit, right? And again, once it hits the internet, you can't control what hands it lands in. So it's already bad enough that powers that be, they got surveillance on that whole area. Be drones flying around. It's cameras posted up in different parts of the area. All of this stuff is going on, right? But they recording, they giving greater detail because you can hear what they saying. They up close and personal. So they giving them people better evidence to work with than what they already was going to have in the first place, right? And, you know, let's just give a scenario, right? A hypothetical. This stuff ends up in a district attorney's hands. It ends up in the attorney general's hands, right? And they say, you know what? We got to get these guys off the streets. We have to make it uncomfortable for them to be around there. They're too comfortable over there. We got to make them uncomfortable over there. So we going to make some examples out of them. We know what all the guys look like in the video. We got facial recognition, so we figured out all of their names. So we're going to, you know, track each one of these guys down, and we're going to make some examples out of them. Right? And so, like, when the police get to tripping over there real hard, they're going to be wondering why, like, damn, man, like that. See, it's supposed to be a place that's smooth. You know, the 304 is supposed to be able to get down over there, do their thing real smooth, right? And these be the same type of dudes that be sending them, you know, they sending boxers out there. They not sending 304s. You know what I mean? These are the same type of dudes that the chicks that they sending out there is putting it on the dead homies and you know, fighting bras because they from the opposite hood, and you know, they sending them types out there. You know, they sending boxers out there. They sending Layla Ali out there. You know, they sending Clarissa Shields out there. They not sending they not trying to send Brooke Shields, you know what I mean? They trying to send Clarissa Shields out there. You dig? So, but it's things like this that makes them people feel like you forcing their hand to make an example out of you. And this is why they go hard, right? Because when you put things on display like that, you make the squares, the citizens in the neighborhood question like, damn, the police just gonna let them, you know, the judicial system is just gonna, you know, the government is just gonna let them run wild over here like that? Nah, they're gonna get to tripping. It's only a matter of time. What people don't understand is this is how them HT laws came about. From people doing hot shit and wild shit in the name of the game. So yeah, man, you know, again, when you go outside to pimp, you're representing something bigger than yourself. You represent the game. So knowing that you're representing the game, you want to be an ambassador of the game that represents it, you know, with the utmost respect. And, you know, commands respect by the way you carry yourself. Right? So, like I told y'all before, I told y'all the story And Sinful told y'all the story too. When we was in Vegas, you know what I mean? He tried to pop at the broad that the vice officer was on. Vice officer pulled Sinful to the side, told him like, hey, look, man, I know who you are. I know who your partner is. I see y'all all the time. I know what y'all do. I know what y'all about. But you guys are not like the rest of the guys. Y'all ain't, doing a bunch of wild, crazy stuff out here. You guys are gentlemen, and I see that. So do me a favor. Don't get in my way when I'm doing my job. I won't get in your way when you're doing yours. This is a police officer, a vice police officer in Las Vegas telling a pimp this. And this is during a time where they was hunting the pimping like crazy. This is during a time where they giving pimps decades. They giving pimps football numbers at this time. And you have a vice officer telling a pimp, stay out of my way, I'm going to stay out of yours. Why do you think that is? You think that was because of like, hey, man, I see you and your partner. Like, imagine this, you know what I mean? Some officers on Fig cross paths with one of them and be like, hey, man, I know who you are, man. I know what you about, man. I see the way you be jumping on tricks cars and shit like that, man. I be boxing them hoes in, man. I like that. I like the way y'all pimp, man. You know what I mean? So just stay out of my way. I'm going to stay out of yours. No. Yeah, man, the way y'all was jumping on top of that tricks car, the way y'all busted his window and tore his bumper off, man, I gotta hand it to you, pimp. That was real, that was real pimpish of you, man. I like the way you conducting yourself out here, man. The way you terrorizing the neighborhood, man, I must say, keep it up. You know what I mean? Do your thing. I'm gonna stay out of mine. No. Again, a Las Vegas, one of the worst places for a pimp to do his thing and get caught up at, a Las Vegas Metro vice officer told a pimp, stay out of my way, I'm going to stay out of yours. Most people wouldn't even believe that. Like, this is some shit that's like, nah, hell nah, man. Hell, ain't no way in the world Vice in Vegas? Vice told you? Hell no. A vice officer? Hell no. Ain't no way in the world. That's some unbelievable shit. But I was there, so right? I don't give a damn what anybody think. But, anybody who know what's real know that me and Sinful ain't lying about that. But it's because we carry ourselves like gentlemen. We represent the game like gentlemen, right? But when you represent the game like a joke, you're going to get treated like a joke. And it ain't going to be no joke when them people come and hand you a real serious number, hand you a real serious sentence. It's crazy. But aside from the legal aspect of it, if you talking about just the game aspect of it, hey man, ain't nothing about that whole scenery pimpish at all. And this is going on every day outside. Ain't nothing about it fly. Pimping is fly. Nothing about that was pimping is a gentleman. Nothing about that was gentleman. Pimping is a star. Nothing about that said star. The prize. Ain't nobody chasing them dudes down trying to choose. No. They probably don't even know what it's like to just be minding their business and a chick come up and be like, look, I've been checking you out. And, I like the way you do your thing. I've done my research on you. And I really, this is what I got. This is how I am. Really campaigning to have them, campaigning to choose them, to be accepted by them. They probably don't even know what that feels like because of the way that they conduct themselves. See, that's an aspect of the game that they ain't even thinking about. Make the game look good, make the pimping look good, and watch what happens. Watch how the game rewards you. Nah, they rather conduct themselves like jokes and get laughed at. That's what they don't understand. These chicks is laughing at them. All the chicks' videos is laughing at them. Then when they see them down and around campaigning, they laughing like, that's them clowns that was in that video. I'm telling you what I know. I know these chicks is looking at you laughing like that, and then they're not even worth all that. All the attention that you shoving down their throat, they're not even worth all that. You giving them way too much. You making them feel like Beyonce. For real, you making them feel like Rihanna. You doing way too much for somebody that's like probably made $80 that night. Or probably didn't make nothing that night. For real. Probably barely even want to be out there. You know, got the total wrong understanding of what the game is and don't even want to understand the right understanding of the game. But this is who you chasing down, though. This is who you exhibiting all this thirsty behavior to. They laughing at you, man. Use a joke. Every time you like on a comment or be in a comment section or like on a post or hit they DM when they ain't even thinking about your ass, and then you ain't even saying nothing fly, you ain't saying nothing pimpish, you ain't saying nothing that's thought-provoking, they laughing at you, man. Use a joke. They laughing at you. And if you take the time to like look at it from their perspective, you would understand why they think you a joke. Never thought about it like that. See, that's what's going to keep you on point. When you think about how other people see you, when you look at yourself from other people's perspective as best you can, put yourself in other people's shoes, right? See, me, I do that. So I know that I want people to look at my pimping like special. So I carry my pimping like it's something special, right? Man, but this shit here. And then, it's bad enough. Like I said, all of y'all dress the same. All of y'all talk the same. Then, you probably, on top of that, you don't take care. Probably eating bad. Whole bunch of drive-through bullshit. Whole bunch of candy and chips. Whole bunch of, cheap liquor. Whole bunch of cheap beer. Whole bunch of perks. All that type of shit, man. It's nothing unique. It's nothing like, you got to ask yourself, man, like, a lot of dudes really need to be honest with themselves and ask themselves, like, damn, okay, if a 304 choose up with me, would she be leveling up? And when I say leveling up, I'm not talking about just as far as the situation, because situations change. I'm talking about, would she be leveling up in regards to the quality of man that she's choosing? Right? Would she be leveling up in regards to that? The type of man that she's choosing, would it be her leveling up? Because a lot of y'all is like irresponsible as hell. If you would play with your freedom like that and play with your image like that, you play with how people see you and you playing with your freedom like that, it's a clear indication that you irresponsible. So that's the cold part about it. If you was to knock one of these chicks, most likely you ain't gonna do nothing but ruin their life. You ain't gonna do nothing but ruin their life, man. These be the same type of dudes that, they put bras in the frying pan all the time to get booked And next thing you know, she got 20 warrants in 20 different counties. And now she can't even get down on this side of the country no more, where she's from, where all her family is, everything, you know what I mean? She can't even get down on this side of the country no more. So you got to take her away to the other side of the country. And then you're going to do the same thing over there. You're going to run her through the mud over there. Now she's going to have 20 warrants in the South. She can't get down in the South no more. You're going to take her to the Midwest. Before you know it, she's going to have 100 warrants cross country and can't get down outside nowhere. Because you're not even responsible enough to take her to court or have her go to court and, stay on top of her shit. And you're not learning from the experiences like, damn, this bitch go to jail a lot, man. We need to change something up. We need to tighten up. We need to figure something out because she go to jail a lot. And it can't just be her. If she keep going to jail in all these different places, maybe we doing something wrong. Maybe my instructions ain't really, maybe I need to tighten my instructions up. Maybe I need to figure something out, learn something that I don't know so that she doesn't go to jail so much. But this is the type of stuff that be going on. I know because as a pimp, sometimes the pimp would come across chicks that mess with dudes like this. And you find out like, to get down nowhere. She got warrants everywhere. And then it don't even be worth a pimp's trouble to try to even maintain somebody like that. Because he's gotten her comfortable with having all of these warrants. So even if you try to clean it up, it's going to be a waste of your time as a pimp. Pimping is responsible. So if we knock a chick and she got warrants, first thing on the pimp mind is going to be like, okay, man, in order for her to conduct my business the way I want her to, I got to clean all these warrants up. But you'll be done cleaned up 5 of them, and she might got 7. But before you can clean the 7 up, she gonna blow up and go choose another one of them dudes is gonna give her another 7 warrants. So it's not even worth a pimp's time. Well, it's not worth your time or your trouble to even try to maintain something like that. That's why I say a lot of these dudes, they just be ruining these chicks' lives because they irresponsible. They'll take a young chick that ain't been in no trouble before, ain't never smoked or drank or got high ever in her life, and they introducing her to all the bullshit. Then wonder why the money be funny. You introducing her to powder, you introducing her to pills, and then when she go get high with a trick off the shit that you introduced her to, you want to beat her up. Or when her money is funny because she's more concerned with getting high with a trick than getting some money from a trick, you want to beat her up. But the reason why she want to get high is because of the shit that you introduced her to. You introduced her to the pills. You introduced her to the powder. You introduced her to the meth. You introduced her to all that shit. So when she want to go do it with a trick, you want to beat her up. That's why I say, man, a lot of them dudes, man, y'all don't do nothing but ruin a chick. She could have been a perfectly good 304 for a real pimp, but you take the chick and just ruin her to where, pimp is like, damn, it's too late for her. I don't even. And they be young too. You ruin them young. We ain't gonna talk about the minors and shit, but yeah, man, y'all be ruining chicks. A lot of y'all be ruining chicks before they turn 18. Ruining them. But even the young adult ones, 20 years old, 21 years old. Ruined. To where a pimp don't even want nothing to do with her. That's all a lot of y'all do. And then it don't even be for no life-changing money. You barely making anything off the chick. Shit be crazy, man. Okay, cool. But yeah, man, because of all of this type of stuff, this is why chicks be looking at, pimping as a whole like it's a joke, because of, dudes don't be thinking about that shit like that. You don't think about the fact that, you contribute to the horrible outlook that supposed to be 304s, basically chicks in the game, have on the pimping. You contribute to the horrible outlook that chicks in the game have on the pimping. You should be ashamed of yourself. Seriously. Me, myself, I do my best to contribute to a beautiful outlook on the pimping with 304s, man. A 304, a chick in the game, man, they supposed to, look at the pimping highly. But y'all do a lot of like goofy ass shit to make chicks despise the pimping. That's why when chicks see some chicks, when they see the pimping coming, they be like, oh my God, he won't leave me alone. It's like, then you don't be saying nothing. You ain't presenting nothing, glorious or beautiful about the game, man. You're not presenting anything exceptional about the game. You get high. That's why chicks be thinking you a joke. And it ain't, like I keep saying, so let me get into that. It ain't just the pimping that females be thinking is a joke. It's a lot of you dudes, you square dudes, that's trying to get with you a square girl. They think you a joke too. It's just a lot of females think a lot of dudes are jokes. And I hate to say it, but it's mostly black men that they think is a joke. Any type of chick that messes with black men, not just black women, but, white women that mess with black men, Latinas that mess with black men, Asians that mess with black men. A lot of them, they attracted to black men, but a lot of them, because of the way that you conduct yourself, they look at you like you a joke. For real, you thirsty as hell. You treating them like they the prize, and they ain't even conducting themselves like the prize. They're not deserving of being seen as a prize. But you still treat them like a prize simply because of how they look. And they'll talk all this shit about what type of woman you ain't gonna get with and all this type of shit, but that ain't true. It's just so many examples of this shit, right? A lot of, and then, we got to go to the root of the problem, right? Okay, so the problem is a lot of you guys talk a certain way, but you walk completely different than how you talk, right? You'll say that because you got this, that, and the third going on, your status, so because your status is like this, you're not going to mess with this type of woman, that type of woman, the third, whatever, right? But so that's the problem. The root of the problem is the guys that you listen to on the internet, right? This is who you get your ideology from. This is who you get your game from, right? So you'll listen to people like, what's dude's name? The brother with the beard. He got the beard and he got some braids on top. Fugazi. I think that's his name. Fugazi podcast, right? I ain't seen him in a while, but I don't know if he's still popular right now like he was, but he was kind of buzzing at one point in time, right? And, it's people like that who y'all listen to. And he talk all this shit about single mothers. But then come to find out, he's married to a single mother. And not only did he marry a single mother, but he didn't have no kids. And he had his first child with a single mother. Right? But pay attention though. See, all that talk, all that mumbo jumbo, that shit don't mean nothing when a woman looks a certain way, right? Because the Fugazi dude, he talks all this shit about single mothers, but he went and knocked up a single mother. But she's an attractive single mother though. She's a white single mother, but you know, she got a nice body, pretty face. So all that shit that you talking goes out the window. Right? The boy Fresh from Fresh and Fit. Same type of shit. They talk all this shit about, you know, the types of women that come on their platform, but then, you know, this is who they messing with. So, you know, this is a lot of people that don't practice what they preach that you listening to. People who are not the message that they bring. They not the message that they bring, man, but this is who you listening to. So, you know, this is who you paying for courses on how to get in chicks' DMs and all this so stupid ass shit, right? But those are just a few examples, but it's the majority of people, right? The majority of people that talk all this shit about, you know, dating advice, relationship advice, the majority of them don't practice what they preach. The majority of them all day, every day, regurgitate the same rhetoric of don't mess with this kind of woman. Don't mess with that kind of woman. Stay away from this kind, from that kind of woman. But they all messing with the same type of chicks that they telling you to stay away from because of how they look. The spirit of lust is controlling them. It ain't logic that's controlling them. It's not like, you know, they practicing what they preach and let me stay away from this chick because she don't fit my criteria. Nah, they throwing the criteria out the window if she got a fat ass and she throwing that thing at them. The criteria is going out the window. So this is who you learning from. And, you know, because of the way that you conduct yourself, this is why these chicks see you as a joke. You know, see, one thing the majority of these dudes have in common is that they don't have any self-discipline. And they don't have anything that they standing firm on. They don't even value their own words, right? See, that's the beautiful thing about the pimping. That's why the pimping is just, you know, hey, man, I don't mean to sound vain or anything like that, man, but pimping, we top of the food chain, man. For real, though, the pimping is the king of the jungle, man. When it comes to dealing with women and shit like that, man, you know, the pimping match can't be topped, can't be none of that, man. The pimping is just, you know, the pimping is the king of the jungle. Right? Because at least with the pimping, you know, we not talking all that shit about not messing with this kind of woman and that kind of woman. And it, cause you know, the pimping, man, I done seen pimping tap multiple kids, multiple baby daddies and get rich. I done seen pimping take a chick 40 something years old and get rich. Start with nothing and get rich. Man, you know, you name it, like, chicks whose dress size is bigger than, you know, the ideal dress size. A chick that might be overweight. I done seen pimping take an overweight chick and get rich. Right? And then go give her the makeover and turn her into what they want her to be. So, you know, all of that shit don't mean nothing. Because like I said, at the end of the day, what it all boils down to, the most important thing is to get to know somebody. But, you know, when you have experience dealing with women and you've been through a whole lot of trial and error, you understand that, okay, it's important for me to get to know, because last time I accepted this chick because she drove a nice car. She dressed nice. She made a lot of money. So I accepted her because of that. But then I come to find out that beyond all of that, she wasn't right for me because her outlook on life is not in harmony with my outlook on life. Things that she believes in is not the things that I believe in. And she doesn't want to adopt my outlook on life. She's standing firm on the way that she sees things. So even though she's attractive and she got a nice car, she dressed nice, she made good money, she ain't got no kids, she young. She's everything, that I thought that I wanted. But once I got to know her, I realized that she's not at all what I want. So moving forward, I have to understand a woman's value system, what's important to her. And then I have to understand what's important to her dictates the way that she moves and how she behaves and how she treats people. I need to understand who does she mean something to? Who is she important to and why? How to other people? How has she been a blessing to other people? The people that she claims to love, is she a blessing to them or is she a curse to them? I have to know these things. And her nice car, her nice clothes, and her income are not going to tell me what type of person she is socially. Then it's not going to tell me, what's important to her and how her values drive her behavior, right? This is things that you learn through trial and error. And this is just a few examples of many things that you learn through trial and error, right? But a lot of these dudes that talk all this shit, they only regurgitating what they learned on the internet. They not speaking from a place of experience. They didn't go through no trial and error. And you could tell when they speak. Nothing but giving birth to a lot of y'all that's making men look goofy and making men the laughing stock to these chicks that the only thing they got going on for themselves is the fact that they look good. See, it's crazy, man, because a lot of dudes is driven by lust. And that's the biggest, a lot of people ain't going to say it, but for a lot of y'all, that's the biggest determining factor as far as like what type of woman you're going to end up with. The biggest determining factor is what she looks like, right? And a lot of y'all is lonely because you can't get the chick the chick of your dreams. You can't get with her, but the chick of your dreams, it shouldn't be the chick of your dreams. She only the chick of your dreams because of the way that she look, right? And, it's just a mess, man. It's so many things to it. But the bottom line is, chicks who are a joke themselves see you as a joke. They're a joke themselves because the majority of chicks that y'all be attracted to and that y'all be trying to have or that you fantasize about or that you want, they don't be nobody to have. Like Britney Renner, like I said, a lot of guys be talking shit about her, but the same guys that'll, have her in a heartbeat. Why they talking all this shit about her? Right? Even on a not so publicized level, on a not so well known level, y'all done seen me roast a chick who I so affectionately call Stanky Frankie. Y'all done seen me roast Stanky Frankie, right? Now, let me see. Yeah, because I just seen a video of Stanky Frankie on this page. I'm going to show y'all Stanky Frankie for those of y'all who don't know who Stanky Frankie is. I just seen the video. Where'd it go? Where did it go? It was right here. It's over here somewhere. Okay, here she go. Hold up. Excuse the slowness of my internet. Give it just a second. God damn. A long second. Shit. I'll be forgetting. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, shit. Hold up. I'm tripping. Can't do that. Hold up. Okay, now. Damn, this shit is really tripping. Hey, here we go. Finally, damn. Okay, now this is Stanky Frankie, right? I done roasted this chick numerous of times. Now let's see what she talking about. Phone broke and my job. Oh, wait, hold on.
Fuck. This nigga said he finna steal my car. Look, I'm gonna tell Glitter Kid, steal my car, and I'm telling Glitter Kid, that's not a hickey. Oh my god, I just see that because I recorded myself. Oh my god. What? Try to take my baby from me, and then he gonna break my phone, you fucking bitch. He gonna try and make me ugly, y'all, and steal the car, and break the phone? He don't want to see a bitch win, hater. He a loser. I need a new nigga. Where my husband, I need his assistance. My boyfriend's acting up, and I don't know how to breathe. Guess I have to buy.
So as you can see,
Oh, now I'm ready to talk some shit. Nigga broke my phone.
but this is Stanky Frankie, right? Now, you know, I could be real. Is Stanky Frankie physically ugly? No. She has a pretty face. But that's the extent of the prettiness, right? Now, she has made it known that she you know, she's a self-proclaimed 304. I call her a wish to toot, but she's a wish to toot. She sells that thing, right? She has said it out of her own mouth that she has and will raw dog tricks, right? So she's made it known that she'll raw dog tricks. And, you know, she has been on live, and, you know, that's one thing about me. I don't really be going live with chicks no more like that, but on the occasions that I did go live, like with her, for instance, one time I was live with her, and it was about 11 o'clock at night, and I asked her when was the last time she took a shower, and she was saying last night. So it had been at least 24 hours since the last time she took a shower, right? So she let it be known that she just on live and ain't took a shower today. She just got a lot of dusty ways, dusty characteristics. Does she have a pretty face? Yeah, she got body, little petite, little body. But and she got I think she has 3 kids. I don't know how many baby daddies. Don't get me to lying. I ain't gonna lie on how many baby daddies. I don't know how many baby daddies she got. She might only got 1. She might got 3. I don't know. But if I'm not mistaken, I think she got 3 kids. They all little too. So 3 kids. Don't bathe on a regular basis. It's a dice roll whether or not she took a shower today. What was the other thing I just said? Oh, she be raw dogging tricks. How could I forget that? So, hold on. Man, YouTube be tripping. YouTube be on some straight bullshit with me, man. Damn. Or it might just be this app. Or it might be my internet. Something coming against this game. But yeah, okay. But yeah, man. But yet and still, I already know that all the people that be laughing when I roast this chick and all the people that say that they wouldn't accept her, if she was alone with him right now, she could have him. I know she could. Right? That's like, you know, this is the difference between me and most of these guys on the internet to be talking about certain women, right? Now, how would I look? All the shit that I done talked about this bitch, how would I look if I get caught with her? Like if come to find out I was one of her baby daddies or something, you know what I mean? Like, how would that make me look? Crazy. But this is the most of these dudes though, right? Because they gonna disregard that she be raw dogging tricks. They gonna disregard that she might not have took a shower in a couple of days. They gonna disregard all them little kids that she got. And they gonna get stuck on the way that she looks. And they gonna be trying to have her just based on that. For real. And this is why somebody like her, because she be talking shit. Why does she feel confident enough to talk shit about different guys in the game or different guys that done tried to have her and all this type of shit? She's one of the people that I'm talking about that thinks you guys are a joke. But based on the brief description that I gave of her, and I'm sure it's bullshit that we don't know because I don't know her personally. I ain't never been around her. I ain't never kicked it with her. I ain't never even really had like a real conversation with her. I'd have been live with her, but I ain't never like sat down and chopped it up with her for real. So it's a lot that I don't know. You know, the extent of her dustiness, I'm sure goes much further than what I know. So, but in spite of all of that, this chick thinks that pimps are a joke. She don't think I'm a joke. She really my number one fan, or one of my. I got a lot of number one fans. They kind of all. It's like a heat of number one fans that I got. It's a lot of them, but she's one of my number one fans though, right? So she may not think me in particular that I'm a joke, but just pimps as a whole. I know she thinks that pimps are a joke. She talk crazy to pimps. She talk crazy about pimps. But, you know, her status is like terrible. But it just goes to show you, man, like I said before, man, if DMs could talk, I'm sure her DMs would have a lot to say about, you know, some of these guys and what they done said to her in the DM, man. If DMs could talk, I'm sure they would expose a lot of these dudes who done laughed at her when different people like myself and others have roasted her. For real. Watch Bezel says, who cares? Bitch got a Pomeranian tatted on her chest. Now, you know, it's bigger than her, I'm point. But there's people like you, Watch Bezel. I ain't saying you in particular, but it's a lot of people like you that talk like you about chicks like her that will have her. Or she'll have you, rather. If y'all's alone, you know what I mean, in a room with just y'all two and she was trying to have you, 9 times out of 10, she gonna get you. But this is why chicks like this laugh at the pimping. Now, dusty little broad like this ain't got no business laughing at the pimping, but it's chicks like her laughing at the pimping right now. Trust me. This is some bullshit. Come on. Okay, there we go. If y'all ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Got to hydrate my game one more again. Endzone says, what do you think about Only Vendetta? Aaron the plumber girl? Only Vendetta, let me see. Let me see, hold up. Watch Bezel, man. Hey, if you think Stanky Frankie is attractive, man, I ain't gonna be mad at you, man. Ain't nothing popping up under only, well, some other shit. I don't see no chick. Hold on, let me put in Aaron the plumber. Hold up. So yeah, I have seen some of these videos with this chick, right? Now, I don't know how true that is. You know, Aaron the plumber, he do a lot of shit, like a content, right? So I don't know how accurate that is, but he showed an apartment that was like disgusting. Let me see if I can find that video. He showed an apartment that was so disgusting. Let me see. He showed an apartment that was like, but see that, it, like, example, prime example, right? I gotta find that damn video, man. But I don't know which video it is. It might be somebody might show it on one of these videos. I know O'Shea covered the shit. This is the thing, right? This is a prime example of what I'm talking about. Now, Aaron the plumber got with this chick, as you can see in this video on the red, with the red thumbnail with her in the red. She got cakes. You know what I mean? She got a whole lot of Betty Crocker going on back there. You dig? A whole lot of Duncan Hines. But if that apartment that Aaron the plumber said was hers was really her apartment, that shit was disgusting. The refrigerator was ugh. The whole kitchen was just nasty, right? So if that was really her apartment, Aaron the plumber tried to make her look bad by talking shit about it, right? But he didn't care about none of that when he seen these cheeks. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty, you dig? That's probably all she care about is, being a freak. But if that was really her apartment, he was willing to overlook that, and he probably took her down in that nasty ass apartment. Right? So yeah, that's crazy. That's a prime example of what I'm talking about. A guy will talk all this shit about a chick or different types of chicks, but then will get with the same type of chicks that they talk shit about. And that shit ain't cool. Because it makes chicks. Now, again, if that was her apartment and she ain't got no grounds to say anything bad about any kind of man, right? If that was really her apartment, man, some of y'all probably seen the video that I'm talking about. And if that was her apartment, man, she ain't got no grounds to talk shit about nobody. But she's probably another chick that thinks, a lot of these dudes are a joke because they look at her face and her body and forget about everything else. All they thinking about is taking her down. How nasty her place is. And see, I be thinking like, damn, if your crib is nasty like that, you probably got bad hygiene too. Ugh. And see, me, I be on that type of shit. Like, me, I don't like going to a chick's crib and I don't know, like, you could call me like a neat. I don't think I'm a neat freak, but I am a clean freak. Right? She could be a little like sometimes things don't be in perfect order. I get that. But I am a clean freak though. I don't like nasty tabletops and countertops. You ever go over somebody's house and you don't want to put your phone down? You don't want to do this, like put your arms and hands on nothing. You barely even want to sit down. That's how some of these chicks, that look real good on Instagram and all this shit, is how they be living. You go in the bathroom and you don't even want to touch nothing. You don't want to set your phone on the sink or you just, nah. Just nasty, you know what I mean? And especially it'd be crazy, a lot of chicks. It's a lot of chicks that's probably watching right now that got a layer of makeup on their bathroom sink. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's some chicks in here right now that's watching, man. You got a layer of makeup covering your whole bathroom sink. If you touch anywhere on your bathroom sink and you put your hand up, it's going to be straight makeup all over your hand. For real. There's some chicks in here, mirror is dirty. Dirty as hell. The mirror got makeup on it. For real though. Oh, hair in the sink for sure. And that's, see, like I said, I'm a clean freak. I can't stand hair nowhere. I don't like hair in the shower, on the shower walls, on the shower curtain, on the shower floor, hair on the soap. I can't stand none of that shit. That's why I don't like, I don't, even in instances when I live with 304s, we can't share the same bathroom. I got to have my bathroom. And the 304's bathroom always be horrible. No matter how many times Pimping get on their ass and be like, hey, y'all need to clean this shit up. Shout out to the clean women, though. Shout out to the women that got a clean bathroom right now. And a clean kitchen. See, that's something my mom, taught my sister. Of course, taught us too, but from a woman's perspective, taught my sister because my grandmother taught my mom. It's 2 places in your house that you should always have clean no matter what. Your bathroom and your kitchen. As a woman, the 2 main places in your house that should always be clean is your bathroom and your kitchen. You got to keep them clean at all times. Like I said, I learned that from my moms. My mom's taught my sister that, and she taught my grandmother taught her that. So because of that, whenever I go over my sister's house or whenever I go over my mom's house, guess what's always clean? The bathroom and the kitchen. I mean, the whole house be clean, really, but especially the bathroom and the kitchen. That's just some grown woman shit, you dig? But yeah, back to my original topic, though. A lot of dudes be conducting themselves as a joke, man. And it really got a lot to do with you not having your manhood in order, man. That's why the having your manhood in order is so essential, because it affects everything else about you, how you conduct yourself, how people see you, your outlook on life, your priorities in life. All of that is affected by the man that you are deep down inside at the core. So this is why your manhood is so important to develop and have in order, because it's going to affect everything else. So the manhood, man, you got to get your manhood in order, man. A lot of dudes be so busy trying to do so many other things that they step over, they overlook the manhood. That's just like with the game, right? This is why the game is so messed up right now, man. A lot of people be talking shit about these females, and understandably so, but they wouldn't be so out of hand. They wouldn't be so out of control if men wasn't so out of control. And it's a lot of guys that lack manhood, that don't have a man, right? Got to get your manhood in order, man. For real. But yeah, like I was saying, man, it's a lot of people in the game that get in the game real young. And they be so busy trying to pimp, that they don't think about manhood and what it means to be a man, to be responsible, to be able to do what's important in spite of how you feel. A lot of dudes, see, when you really a man and you got your manhood in order, you know how to separate how you feel from what makes sense. Sometimes how you feel is in line with what makes sense, but a lot of times how you feel is not in line with what makes sense. But a lot of y'all, because you act like your mama you gonna do what you feel in spite of what makes sense, as opposed to, you know, vice versa, doing what makes sense in spite of how you feel. Men have the ability to do that. This is why it's so imperative for men to be in women's lives, because women, they not doing that. They might, you know, sporadically, sometimes, depending on what it is, a woman might do that sometimes, but 99% of the time, women are going to do what they feel. And sometimes what they feel might just so happen to be in line with what makes sense. But it don't have to make sense. If she feel like that's the right thing to do, she gonna do it. But this is why men are important, because, you know, we might feel like, you know, one thing, or feel like doing something, or feel like, you know, this should be this way, that, and the third. But, you know, a man know how to set that to the side and be like, okay, this is what makes sense. This is what's important. So we got to do this. I make this happen. We got to set this up like that, because, yeah, I would like this to be the case, but this is more important. So we going to do this. That's what a man going to do. But a lot of dudes in the game don't know how to do that. They going to do what they feel, just like the woman. So it's the blind leading the blind. You know, they going to go blow their money on a bunch of, you know, unimportant liabilities that don't appreciate and value, perishable bullshit and all type of shit. Yeah, man. They gonna do things just like the woman gonna do things. So it's like, what's the point? Other than, you know, making her feel good. What are you, how are you an asset to her? Troy Tate say Square World's rejects. See, now what I'm talking about ain't just the Square World's rejects, because it's a lot of squares that got this problem too. It's a lot of square males that have this problem too, that, you know, don't have their manhood in order. It ain't just the game. I was speaking about the game in particular right now, but, you know, the same thing can be said about squares, functioning squares in society. But, you know, might not have a man shit in order. You know, a lot of dudes is being dictated and led by the woman. A lot of dudes is messing with a chick that's harder than them right now. A lot of dudes is messing with a chick that's more of a man than you are right now. If y'all in the bed at night and you hear a noise, she gonna jump up and go out there and see what's going on before you. You know what I mean? Your square ass. You dig? So man, for real though, it's a lot of squares that don't have their man shit in order, man. It ain't just the pimping or people in the game. There's a lot of squares that got that problem too. You hear something go bump in the night, you gonna ask the bitch, baby, what was that? Go see what that was. Oh man, for real though. Right, Joe Blast said that's facts, Freeze. I know one. I'm sure you do. You probably know a few of them if you really sit and think about it, you know. But yeah, you know, and then it's a lot of chicks like that because, you know, they feel like they got to be that way. But see, that's another beautiful thing about having men in your life. See, a lot of women, you know, try to act like dudes and, you know, behave in a masculine type of way because they don't even understand the power of their femininity. You know, we done talked about this before too. But if, you know, a lot of these chicks, if they understood what they can do with their femininity, they wouldn't even be thinking about trying to act like a man or do shit that men do and be masculine and all that type of shit and be aggressive and you know, a lot of chicks wouldn't even do that if they understood what they could do with their femininity. A lot of them, don't tap into it because they think it's weak. They think being feminine is weak. And, in order to be respected and in order to get things done, they got to be masculine about shit. They don't understand. But having a man in your life will help you understand that shit. Because when you really a man, you naturally gonna be what she knows she can't be. See, a lot of y'all, these chicks think that they could do everything you do and be everything that you are. They don't see you as no different than themselves. But when a real man come into the picture, a chick, no. It's like it's something intrinsic in them. It's something like just natural. They just know. Okay, this is a real man. Let me sit back. Let me play my role. Yes, sir. No, sir. They just know. It's a natural thing. I done had certain 304s, man. It's like be playing with dudes. I done had 304s that like every other dude before them, they was playing. Every other dude before me, they was playing with them. Trapping in their face and hanging out with them and having fun with them, and they ain't even asking for the money because they scared. She ain't breaking herself to nobody. I remember one time I knocked this chick, man. I knocked this chick, right? And before I knocked her, she had been around this one dude, right? She had flew him into town from Atlanta to Arizona. And he was staying in the trap room with her for a whole week. And she was catching dates. She kept having to kick him out the room because she was catching all these dates, right? And she didn't break herself to him not one time. And he's right there with her. She done flew him out. And he's right there with her watching her check all this money and ain't asked for none of it. So she didn't break herself to him, right? Now, this is just one instance with this same chick. She done had several of these types of experiences. And basically, she ain't never broke herself to a pimp before she crossed paths with me, right? So I remember the first time I went to go break on her, right? I'm already preparing myself mentally as far as the conversation I'm going to have to give her to get her to understand why she need to break herself to me, right? I'm already telling myself like, okay, I'm going to have to break it down like this to her, whoop-de-whoop. As soon as I see her, before I could open my mouth and before she could open her mouth, she reached in the thing, go grab the money and hand it to me. Before she could speak with her mouth, she spoke with her purse. You dig? She just knew. Because I was displaying a man in front of her. I was displaying manhood in front of her, right? It's a chick who been playing with supposed to be pimps. Ain't broke herself to nobody. Done laid up with different dudes, done trapped in their face and had money and they ain't broke herself to none of these guys. And here I go, somebody who she just met as some pimping. It's before social media freeze, I wasn't known on the internet like that. And I was known in the streets, but she didn't know who I was before she met me. So I'm already in my head like, yeah, I'm going to have to break it down because I know she used to playing with pimps. So I'm going to have to break it down to her like, this how it's going to go with me. She knew that's what she had to do. So I must have communicated that to her through my behavior and my conduct before I could communicate it to her with my mouth. She already knew. Right? So the bottom line is, man, that's just one example though. That's just one example. It's been a lot of examples that I could give of situations where you know, a chick might have played with 100 dudes before me. And so I'm thinking like I'm gonna have to break shit down to a certain type of way, but no, they just fall in line. They just know, okay, he different. He a man. The other dudes I was playing with, they was boys. This is a man. So let me respect him like a man. Let me treat him like a man. Right? And again, back to my point that I was making, like, she knew that she wasn't my equal. She knew that she couldn't do what I do and be what I am, which is a man. But a lot of y'all dudes, you know, chicks be feeling like they could be you. They could be your equal. They could match you. They could do what you do. They just as powerful as you are. Like, your manhood don't mean nothing to them. So they laugh at you. Hell no. Not I, said the pimp. Big Vato Love says, you are, I think you meant to say, you are a pimp. You take women's money. Abuse and HT. Nah, see, you know, I ain't never took nothing from nobody. I'm going to say that. Anything that I ever had was given to me willingly, cooperatively. You did. But hey, you going to believe what you want to believe, though, so it's all right. Thank you for watching. Make sure you wipe your feet off and hit that like button while you're here. The Can Man, because anybody can get it, says, I had 1304 do that with me. Name was Jazzy. Real cool, and literally one day just on some, I'll give you all my money, just stay. When my next visit come, I'll give you I'll give you the money. I walked away. Oh, I got all the squares in here tonight. But it's funny, you know, these people saying these things in the comment section, they probably being controlled by a broad with bad hygiene right now. You being controlled by a broad that, you know, get food stamps and, you know, smoke more weed than the law allow and all that type of shit. All your weed to the point where you ain't got no weed left because she done smoked all your weed. But you want to talk about me, though. For real, though, man. See, I know the truth. I know what's really going on, man. And I don't even have to know you. See, this is the beautiful thing about having some game about yourself, right? Even with people who I can't physically see or physically hear, people who I can't even see and hear, I could look at your comments and tell what type of person you are. I could tell your whole life story just based on the comments that you making, man. For real. That's the beautiful thing about game, man. And when you got game and you know how to apply that shit, man, you know how to look through muddy waters and spot dry land. So if I could look through muddy waters and spot dry land, I could definitely look through your comment and see your ass. For all the lame that you are, all the mark and buster that you are. You might have other people fooled behind them comments, but you can't fool this game. That's what you can't do. Right, like Joe Blast say, clowns is lives that ain't worth a damn. For real. But they all right, though. I ain't mad at them. You know, they might learn something and have an epiphany while they here. You dig? They might have a paradigm shift on their whole life while they here. Damn, man, this thing keep on tripping. And I don't know why it's doing that. That's some bullshit, though. Oh, nah, the can man, I wasn't talking about you. Yeah, it keep the lighting off, man. I don't know why I be doing that shit, man. And sometimes I be thinking it's the app that I'm using to go live. I'm not sure, man. I gotta figure that shit out. But if the live ends, you just gotta close it out and then reopen it. Cause I've had to do that myself a few times since I've been live. Cause I'm looking at the live, right here. So I can read y'all's comments and everything, even though I can see them right here too. But sometimes when I switch screens, I can't see them on there. But the shit keep cutting off, man. So if it cuts off, you just got to close it out and then reopen it, and it'll be all good. And that shit keep killing my momentum, man, because I know I got to figure that shit out, man, because that shit ain't cool. I don't like that shit. And I don't know why it's doing that. Because everything look cool on here. It's just, I don't know, it must be a YouTube thing. I don't know, man. But yeah, man, I'm going to probably end up wrapping this thing up in just a minute anyway, man. I just wanted to get on here and kick it and chop it and pop this game a little bit, you dig? Taylor May said twerking in the comment section. Yeah, they all right though, man. Look at them. One of them just gave me a dislike. Thank you for the dislike though. Little do you know the dislikes are appreciated as well. Of course, I prefer the likes. The likes are damn. As soon as I said something about a dislike, here come another one. Oh, man. Anybody else, man, if you want to hit the dislike button, man, I ain't mad at you. Pimping ain't going to cuss you out. I ain't going to wish nothing bad on you because you hit the dislike button on me. I ain't mad at you, man. Pimp still got love for you, you dig? And you still more than welcome to be here. Sharif, yeah, I know it's been a minute. I've been focused on the short form content, the pre-recorded videos, because I'm, that helps build the channel faster. So that's why I've been focused on that. Even though sometimes it feel like YouTube be suppressing this game, man. But I'm going to keep pushing with the shit, though. But sometimes I be feeling like YouTube be suppressing this game. They be playing with my shit. But hey, I can't be mad at it. It's the nature of the beast. It is what it is. But I'm still going to keep dropping this shit. I'm going to stay consistent on y'all. This is the most consistent. I got to give myself a pat on the back. You know what I mean? This is the most consistent I ever been on YouTube lately. It is cool. It's not bad. It's not bad. Sharif says, I've been enjoying the segments. You've been dropping some jewelry. Man, I appreciate you, Sharif. I like the Patreon content too. They see me trolling for sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been dropping on Patreon too, man. So for those of y'all who ain't tapped into the Patreon, man. Matter of fact, let me put the link in the chat. Y'all who ain't tapped into the Patreon, link is right there. You know, we got the $5 tier, we got the $10 tier. You dig? And Sinful to Peace Patreon is popping too. Hold up. Hold up. That's wrong. Hold up. But yeah, you know, I've been posting content on mine and Sinful's Patreon. So, you know, Sinful got the $5 tier and the $50 tier, and then I have the $5 tier and the $10 tier. So, but yeah, man, you dig? If you want to see the exclusive raw, uncut content from the game, you did go ahead and tap in on that Patreon, man. Reading these comments, excuse my pimping. Troy Tate says, I found your content through a video you made about being a non-affiliate in jail, and I ended up looking at your other videos. Man, Troy Tate, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's like my most popular video right now. It's a trip. The video about me being a non-affiliate in the county jail. That's like my hottest video right now. It's like, it's a trip because that video been out for a little over 2 months now, and it's still hot. Like, that video still do like respectable numbers every day. And it's brought a lot of subscribers to me, just that one video alone. A lot of people have subscribed to me just from that video. So yeah, I appreciate that, man. Even though most of my isn't along those lines, but okay, Sharif says, question, when a renowned P take a woman to the players ball, shouldn't she be someone who been in or in the life? You know, man, me, I don't attend players' balls, man. Anybody who really know me knows that I ain't never been to a players' ball and most likely never will be at a players' ball. And no knock, you know, to each their own, you know. But I'm not really the players' ball type, so I can't really say what should be happening at a players ball. But yeah, the players ball ain't really my thing though. But I ain't mad at nobody who does do the players balls though. But you would think, you know, somebody at a players ball, if they was to bring some ladies with them, you would think that they would bring some ladies that come from the game with them. But hey, you know, people is married. So hey, man, if a player want to bring his wife, you know what I mean, and he on some happy life type shit, hey, man. Let me stop, man. Because people already be thinking Free's a bully and all this shit, man. Let me stop, man. I don't be trying to bother nobody, man. Oh, man. The Can Man says, peace, love, and prosperity. I'm new, but I've been subscribed to your channel and been putting my likes in on this one, too. I'm based out of Louisville, Kentucky, by the way. Keep up the great content. The Can Man, I appreciate you, man. Welcome to the channel, you dig? Glad you wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain. J. Montclair says, Uncle Freeze got these MFers tuning in, man. Just keep up the consistency, man. YouTube gonna show you to your full audience. You know these MFs don't. You know these MFs need this game. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Jay to the Money says, Sin spoke very highly of you. He sent me here years ago. Jay to the Money, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, bro did always, shit, bro was promoting me even when I wasn't promoting my damn self. When I was bullshitting on YouTube, bro was promoting me on here, so I appreciate that. Big Vato Love says, I am a divorced 15 years, new to the game, but I know pimp. Well, I could have told you wasn't no pimp, Big Vato Love, but you ain't got to be no pimp, man. You see, most of the people in the chat are not pimps, you know, but you don't have to be a pimp to be here and, you know, take something valuable away from the content. You know, you could learn from anybody, man. Like, that's one thing about me. Like, I don't judge people and write people off because of how they present themselves and what they claim to be. I soak up game from anybody. You dig? I'll tell you, Big Vato Love, just to give you an example of how you can learn from most unlikely people and situations, right? But some of y'all who been here done heard me tell this story before, right? But I remember I was in Miami, man, and me and my partner, we was leaking. And he used to always trip off of me because I'm the type of person, I might only got $2 in my pocket, man. $2 to my name, period. But if a homeless person is hungry and I can use that $2 to feed them, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm just like that, right? I don't worry about myself, and I know that $2 ain't going to make or break me, so that's just how I always been, right? So my partner used to trip off of that, though, right? He used to be like, damn, Freeze, how you be giving people your last, man, and you over here, you know, fucked up, whoop-de-whoop. So one day he did it, and it paid off. So we pull up to the 7-Eleven, right? We both flat broke. We probably got like a few dollars between the both of us, right? We pull up to the 7-Eleven, and it was a homeless white guy out there in front of the store who asked my partner for $1. I don't even think I had no money. My partner only had a few dollars. I don't think I had a dime, right? But the homeless dude asked my partner for $1, and my partner gave him the $1, right? To my surprise, I was like, damn. But it was good that he did, though, right? So people, what happened? So my partner give him the $1, right? So the homeless dude say, man, good looking with the dollar, man. Since you've been a blessing to me, I'm going to be a blessing to you. So he said, pull your phone out. So my partner, he pulled his phone out. I pull mine out too, because I'm trying to soak up whatever game he finna give him. I want the shit too, right? So we both got our phones out, right? So my partner give him his phone, and he download the for those of y'all unfamiliar with Florida, it's a restaurant out there, a restaurant chain called Pollo Tropical. Now, Pollo Tropical is it's different, but the best thing I could describe it, or the best thing I compare it to on the West Coast is El Pollo Loco, right? On the West Coast, we got El Pollo Loco. In Florida, they got Pollo Tropical, right? But it's kind of similar, but it's a chain like that, right? So he showed us to download the Pollo Tropical app on the phone. So we download the app, right? And then he like, now create an account. And he was like, the email don't even have to be a real email, because they don't send you no confirmation. You don't have to confirm the email or nothing. So you can make your email panties on a green wall 2025 at mojopotatoes.com. You can make the email whatever you want it to be. Blue tennis shoes 808 at nobodysbusiness.com. So we make some fake, we just type in anything for the email, right? You put the email in, give it a password. Now you have an account on the Pollo Tropical app, right? So when you create the account, you put your name in there. You can make the name whatever you want it to be. So he's like, okay, make today your birthday. It's a section in the account where you put your birthday in there. He's like, make today your birthday. So you like today's June 21st, right? You can make your date of birth June 1987 or whatever, right? So we put the birth date June 21st, 1987. So once you do that, it gives you a thing. It gives you a voucher for a free meal, right? The free meal come with I think it was like a 3-piece with rice and beans and a piece of bread. Like it was a full meal, like a big meal too. So we get the little voucher. We go to Pollo Tropical and we get the free meals. So we like, damn. So we milk the hell out that shit. They don't do that shit no more, and we probably the reason why. We probably fucked it up. But we was milking the hell out, and we ate off of that shit for months. Even after we was both up. Like when I got my money right, I still was milking that shit. So I was creating new accounts 2 or 3 times a day, going to Pollo Tropical. I was feeding myself. I was feeding my 304s. I was feeding everybody, right? Sometimes me and my other partner, I had another partner, I put him up on the game. We'll pull up to the Pollo Tropical, and one of us will be in the drive-thru while the other one go inside. Oh, man. We was milking the hell out that shit, right? But my point is, we got that game from a homeless guy, and we was able to eat off of that game for months, right? And, you know, most people would just see that homeless guy and just write him off, right? Or, you know, some people will see that homeless guy and he'll ask him for $1, and it's just $1. But some people be like, oh, why? I ain't about to give you $1 so you could go buy some drugs with it, or so you could buy some alcohol with it, and da-da-da-da-da. You know, people be like trying to monitor, you know, why this person is using $1 and all that, what they using it for and all that type of shit. That shit don't even matter. Because if somebody want to get high, you depriving them of $1 is not going to stop them from getting high. If they want to get high, they going to get high. But, you know, if a drug addict is hungry Or it might be a wino. I do that all the time. I just did that the other day. OG wanted a Miller High Life. You know what I mean? I bought him the big tall can of the Miller High Life. You know what I mean? If they keep it real, be like, man, I'm just trying to get a beer. And it's starting to get hot too. I got you. Don't trip. You know what I mean? Because I know what it's like to be homeless, man, and not have no money and not know where you going to get your next meal from, or, you know, just the stress of being in that situation. Sometimes you just want to, you know, a relief. You know, so, you know, somebody on the streets that, you know, been on the streets for a minute, if they want a beer, shit, I got you. Don't trip. But I say all of that to say, you know, we learned some valuable game from an unlikely source. So that's why it's always good to have an open mind to soak up game from anybody, because that game might be a game changer in your life. You know, you might learn something from me, the pimping, that could help you in your square life. You know what I mean? And how you deal with women, you know, because it ain't, you know, of course I come from the game, so I talk about the game, but you'll see, man, as you stick around, you gonna be here. I already know this. This ain't gonna be your last time tuning in. But you know, I got shit. What I got, like, I think I got like 600 something videos now. Probably 700. Yeah, I got over 700 videos now. Damn, I've been putting in work. Cause not too long ago I had just 500 something videos. But yeah, man. You can go through my content, man. I talk about all kind of stuff. So going back years, man, I've been on YouTube for years. I just been bullshitting for a long time, but I still got a lot of content that goes back years, and you can learn from all kind of stuff, man. You know, I live a healthy lifestyle. It's a lot of shit that I don't eat. Probably a lot of the shit that you eat, Big Vato Love, Freeze ain't gonna eat. You know what I mean? Them burgers and shit you be eating, I don't eat that. French fries you be eating, I don't eat that. You know, all the ketchup and barbecue sauce and honey mustard sauce and salad dressing and all that shit you be eating, I don't eat that. You know what I mean? You might get inspired by me to change your diet if you haven't already. I'm talking shit. You might be just as healthy, if not healthier than me. But I'm just giving you an example of the variety of shit that you can soak up by tuning in over here. You dig? But welcome, man. I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you subscribing. You dig? Big Vato Love says I have 4 for 4 Wendy's. Are you a trucker, Big Vato Love? I don't know why, but I just get the vibe that you a trucker or something. Like you probably on the road right now or something. Then you said Wendy's 4 for 4. That's some trucker food for sure. That's something that somebody on the highway gonna eat for sure. That Wendy's 4 for 4. I ain't mad at you though, man. Shit, you do what you gotta do. Tony Costello says, I respect you for what you did after Sin was gone, and he said that you would. Utmost respect, Savannah, Georgia, representing 100 this game. I never left. Man, Tony Costello, I appreciate that, man. But, you know, like I say all the time, man, see, either way it goes, it's unfortunate, but, you know, a lot of people put emphasis on what I did and how I carried things after Sinful passed away, and, you know, how I was a brother to him and a friend to him and all that. But a lot of y'all just didn't. I mean, to a certain extent, you see the love that he had for me, but, man, y'all just don't know. Y'all think you know, it's just me being me. I don't see myself no special type of way when it comes to that. But, man, if y'all only knew the half of what type of brother Sinful the P was, what type of brother Philip Brandon Gilmore was, not just to me, but to anybody that he had love for. Like, man, it's when it comes to like being a friend or being a brother to somebody, man, it, you know, like I said, y'all just don't know. You know, but anybody who knows him personally or who knew him personally, who got like personal experiences with Sinful, they know. Even some of the people that hate him while he was here towards the end, and even now, you got people that knew him personally that hate him still to this day or was jealous of him and all that type of stuff, man. But if they keep that shit all the way 100, man, they know bro was a good dude to them, man. You know, some people just don't like Sin because, you know, he didn't hold no punches. If he was gonna talk shit, he was gonna talk shit. If he was gonna chop you up, he was gonna chop you up. But again, like I've said before, that's why he and our bond was so tight with each other, because, you know, I was one of them people that wasn't afraid to chop him like he would chop me. But at the same time, I was able to do that. A lot of people was probably afraid to try to go there with him because, you know, a lot of people couldn't, you know, match wits with him or chop it with him like that. And then, yeah, a lot of cats wasn't able to do that neither. But that's why he and I got along. That's one reason why we got along so well. But yeah, bro, you know, like I said, a lot of people look at me, understandably so because of the circumstance, but man, y'all just don't know how good of a, and I'm not saying that because he gone and because of how tight we was. Like just me being as non-biased as I could be, just calling a spade, like bro was he was really a good guy for real to anybody that he was around and had love for, you dig? Low Joe, good looking with the $5 holla. You know, I can't do Sinful with the I got 5 on it. Will you ever do a live on the disrespect some guys, except just to maintain the money? You said a few examples on the 304 sidekick. Yeah, I can do that, Lojo. I probably will do that in the very near future since you bring it up. I definitely could do that because I know a lot about that. But yeah, good looking, dog. I got you. Big Vato Love, good looking with the $2 holla. Thanks, Freeze, for pimp advice. For sure, man. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. You part of the family now, man. You know, I talk shit, I roast people. People roast me in the comment section. I roast people in the comment section, man. It's all love, though, man. As long as you, Vato Love, as long as you got thick skin, and I got thick skin, so you can talk shit about me, I can take it. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, if you got thick skin like the rest of us around here, man, you'll be all right. Other people in the comment section might roast you. You might want to roast them back. Everybody here got thick skin, man, so, you know, we ain't sensitive around here, man. So. Big Vato Love, good looking at $2 holla. Now, do you have advice to get girl in pickup lines? See, I don't really do the pickup lines, right? So let me enlighten you a little bit about me, Big Vato Love. I could give you some pickup lines, right? But what I would rather give you is something that's more effective, right? And pickup lines can work, but there's something that works better than pickup lines, and that's a frame of mind, right? Because pickup lines can be seen as like tools. Like this particular pickup line might be a screwdriver. This pickup line might be a hammer. This pickup line might be a power drill, right? But those don't work on everything. Like you can't use a screwdriver on every chick. You can't use a hammer on every chick. You can't use a power drill on every chick, right? But if you have the right frame of mind to be able to properly identify each woman and pay attention to certain details and figure out, what's necessary in each situation, then you'll know what to do in that situation, right? It might, because I could give you, hypothetically speaking, let's say I give you 20 pickup lines, right? You might end up in a situation with a woman where none of those 20 pickup lines will work, right? Then you might meet another woman where the first pickup line you use might work, but you might end up in a situation where, you use all 20 of them pickup lines and none of them work. But if you have the right kind of frame of mind, if you know how to think accordingly, then, you'll know what to say, right? Like, so one thing I will say, right? Not necessarily a pickup line, but one of the best ways, I say this all the time, man, one of the best ways to charm and disarm a woman, one of the best ways to get in good with a woman is through humor. If you can make a woman laugh or make a woman smile, hey man, that's one of the best ways to break the ice with a woman. Because once a woman smiles or laughs, especially the laugh, the smile is cool, but if you can make a woman laugh, if she's guarded in any kind of way, the guard is going to be let down once she start laughing. Then you just keep it going, right? You got her attention. Now you got to, know what to do from there. But again, it's having that right frame of mind. You dig? Or paying attention to a woman. That's another thing too. A lot of women are, especially women who are into their appearance, which nowadays most women are more into their appearance than ever. Women are into their appearance and they are meticulous, right? But a lot of things that a woman is meticulous about, a lot of guys is gonna overlook, right? Like if a woman got a fat ass, some big titties, guys are gonna overlook a lot of other things about her, right? That she might have took very much time and put a lot of effort into, right? So if you know how to look past the obvious and shed light on those things and compliment the woman on those things, you know what I mean? That's a beautiful thing. She might have a tattoo that a lot of people overlook, but she might have a tattoo that a lot of people don't understand the meaning of, and you might understand the meaning of that tattoo. And you point that out like, oh, I see you got that anime tattoo, such and such character. Oh, that's dope. She gonna be like, what you know about that? And if you really do know about that, then you can have a conversation with her about it. You know what I mean? And that alone is gonna set you aside from most men, because most men are so busy looking at her ass and her titties that they're not even paying attention to her tattoos, let alone what they mean. Right? I knocked a chick like that one time, ended up having her for like 2 years. She had a tattoo on her arm in Japanese writing. And I asked her what the tattoo meant. And she told me, and then we just started having a conversation from there. And I ended up having her for 2 years. You know what I mean? So that's another thing, right? But like I say, pickup lines, that's cool. But more so than pickup lines, you want to have the right way of thinking. A pickup line is equivalent to a fish, right? I could give you a fish, but you eat that fish, you're going to be hungry again. You're going to want another fish, right? So I could give you a pickup line and you might use it. It might work a little bit. And then when it don't work, you know what I mean? You're going to want another pickup line. But if I show you how to fish, meaning, how to think, then, you'll know what to do in whatever situation, and you'll be able to come up with your own pickup lines if that's what you want to do. So. Well, if you going to do that, Big Vato Love, you don't need no damn pickup lines. You just need some pickup money. He said, I would just pay the girl and she get freaky. Man, if you going to get your trick on, then what you need pickup lines for? Right. Like Correct Vision say, that's your pickup line. Hey, mama, got $40. That's the only pickup line you need. You dig? Oh, man. Lojo, good looking again with the $2 holla. During Hurricane Harvey, Sin went live and sent money. You ain't never lied. I remember that like yesterday because, yeah, Hurricane Harvey, that situation was crazy, but Sin did do that. He did do that. See that, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, man. Like, but it's stuff like that why people was jealous of bro too. So, but yeah, that's one example of many great things that bro did for people. T24K, good looking with the $10 holla. F it, freeze, roast me. Seattle in the door. Let me see, man. You talking about roast you. Hold on, man. I can't really see nothing to roast you about yet. But hold tight, hold that thought, because Pimp definitely could roast your ass. You know what I mean? Since you want to be a glutton for punishment around here. Right, like Sharif say, compliment her on the most unlikely thing, for real. Lady D says, after all these years, why would we want you now? Who you talking to, Lady D? Sexy Slim, I see you. Just tapping in. There's some new people coming in. A new wave of people. Probably just ending a Friday night. Nah, Sharif, my IG is well, I got two IGs. The easiest one is Freeze Is It, like this. Well, really, if you put in Freeze Is It, I think both of my IGs will pop up. But I got two different IGs, but either one, I'm I use both of them. So yeah, you can use either one. It don't matter. But just go to IG and put in Freeze Is It, and it'll pop up. Correct Vision, you a fool. Vato, if he wants to pick up lines, just go on Bigo. Hell nah, he gonna lose his mind. He go on Bigo. Bigo is not the move. That's funny. Bigo. Hell no. I ain't messing with no damn Bigo. How do you move around a sting, Freeze? Millie 3700 says, See, when it comes to stings, right? No agency operates exactly the same. You know, everybody, I mean, they got similarities with how they get out, how they do shit, but everybody, you know, different parts of the country, different cities and states, they do things differently, right? But sometimes you got to go through it to get to it, man. I had to go through it to get to it. You know, but whatever the case, it sounds like you've already had some experiences with that, right? So, you know, what you got to understand is like, it's like a game. It's like a competition. And they learn from you. They learn from us, right? When they do certain things to score, so to speak, against us, they learn from that. They go back to the drawing board. They, you know, draw up different plays. They execute. Some plays go better than others, and they just keep perfecting it, right? So on the same token, you got to be able to do the same thing. You know, when you go through certain experiences and they score on you, you know, you gotta learn from those experiences in order to counteract them properly. And yeah, that's what I done did. You know what I mean? Like for example, I'll give you an example, right? Like I said, everybody do things differently. And I don't know if they still get down like this, but I ain't even gonna say the city, right? But if, you know, you pay attention, you might catch on to what city that I'm talking about, right? But there's a particular city that's well known for this thing that I'm about to say. And because, like, for instance, right, I used to tell my chicks to ask to see the Tricks ID, you know, just so they could identify who this person is, right? And see that they official. Well, this particular city that I have in mind, right? They would show the chick the ID, and the ID might say, you know, a different city and state than where they were. You know, like they might be on the West Coast and the ID might say they from the East Coast, but then come to find out this them people the whole time, right? So I learned from that. I said, okay, damn, you know, the people got fake IDs basically. You know, the people got fake IDs. They'll show the bitch this, you know, saying they from New York, but they really from this state, or, you know, they got an ID saying they from Georgia, but they really from this state. So, okay, what can I do to counteract that? How can I get over that obstacle? Because that alone is not going to work. Her, you know, checking their ID, that alone ain't going to work because they got fake IDs from all, you know, every state in the country. You dig? So what can I do to get over that obstacle, to make sure that that's not a problem? So I put my thinking cap on and I came with some game. And the game that I came with that I'm not going to tell y'all asses on here because it's some exclusive game that I developed on my own. And, you know, once I came with that game, I didn't have that problem no more. They couldn't get me with that no more because I learned and I counteracted. I said, hey, it's gotta be a way past this. Okay, here's the way. Put it in effect, never had that problem again. They never got it again. You know what I mean? But that particular city that I'm talking about, they be on bullshit. So they'll, you know, sometimes they don't even have to have a reason. They'll just snatch somebody. But as far as that way, they never got me that way again. You dig? So, but see, if you can't do that, then you ain't got no business in the game. If you can't go through something, learn from it, and then figure out how to counteract it in a way that's going to protect you and your people, if you can't do that, you don't have no business in the game. You dig? So like I said, I'm pretty sure that you've had some experiences with that because you asking about it. So you got to sit back and think about it, man. You got to get to yourself, you know, and brainstorm and think, because they people just like you. They human beings just like you, which means they're imperfect just like you, which means you can come with some game that they ain't gonna be able to, you know, meet their objective against you with, once you put this game up the way that you can, right? You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to have your own mind, because that's a problem in the game too that a lot of people have. You know, they do certain shit. Correct vision. You already know, man. You already know, man. Yeah, exactly, for sure. But I just didn't want to say it on here. You know what I mean? I didn't want to vocalize that, but yeah, that's it. But but yeah, like I was saying, man, you know, you got to be able to do that. You got to be able to learn from your experiences, and then, you know, be able to counteract them people, because like I said, they human beings just like you, which means it's possible to outthink them and outsmart them, just like they oftentimes outthink and outsmart us. You dig? And like I said, you got to have your own mind too, because that's one thing people got bad in the game too, is monkey see, monkey do. So, you know, like when it comes to the internet, right? The internet got the dumbest people in the game possible, because the internet requires the least amount of game. You know, a chick could just have the bright idea to go to the track. She could have a bright idea to go in the strip club. She could have a bright idea to go in the casino. But all of those arenas require more game than the internet. The internet requires the least amount of game for a novice coming into the game to get into, right? You're going to have a little more difficult of a time going to the track or to the casino or even the strip club, as opposed to the internet. You could be a complete novice, not know nothing about the game, but as long as you can figure out how to post an ad, the internet requires the least amount of game, right? So with that being said, it has the lowest level of game that's shared amongst the people that are exclusive to the internet, right? And they copy off of each other. Like, for instance, you know, a lot of chicks on the internet will put in a ad, no black men under 40, right? Because they think that black men under 40 are, you know, going to be problematic. So they will date a black man, but he got to be over 40 years old. As if there's not any black men over 40 years old that can be on bullshit. Like, the ones that be on bullshit, they stop being on bullshit once they reach 40 years old. Like, they've been black tricks since they was 18, 19 years old. They've been tricking all that time. And, you know, they've been crafty with different women in the game and got over this way and took the money back this time, or, you know what I mean, gave a chick some fake money this time, and just all the different bullshit that black tricks be doing. But when they reach 40 years old, oh, they cool. They put all that shit behind them. No, you goofy bitch. If he was doing it at 20 and 25, he gonna do it at 40 and 45. But this is an example of how, you know, people on the internet just do all the same shit. Or they'll put on a ad. They will type it on their ad, no law enforcement and no pimps. Like, that's gonna protect them some kind of way from law enforcement and pimps. But one person did it, and before you know it, everybody does it. If you go on the internet right now, the majority of the ads that you see on there are going to have it typed in the ad, no law enforcement, no pimps. No law enforcement for sure. Some of them is going to say no pimps, but damn near all of them is going to say no law enforcement, and damn near all of them is going to say no black men under 40 or no black men under a certain age. The age might be 40. That's probably the most common. Some of them might say 50 or 35, whatever, right? But damn near every ad is going to have that shit. They all got the same playbook. right? They all got the same low ass level of barely any game, right? But you can just imagine how much that shit doesn't work. You can just imagine, you know, how many times they get caught up in stings in spite of putting in their ad, no law enforcement. Like the police just gonna see their ad like, damn, guys, we can't bust her, man. She put no law enforcement in her ad. Damn. So, but when you don't mind, you come up with game on your own, right? This is the beauty of the game, man. We come up with game on our own. We go through certain things, and then we share game amongst each other in private. You know, when we having private conversations with our peers, like, hey, P, I see you about to go over there, man. While you over there, man, you might want to keep this in mind and do this and don't do that and whoop. We put each other up on game. You dig? But we come up with game on our own. You know, it's game that I've come up with on my own that didn't nobody teach me, that I had to learn through trial and error, and I've shared that with other gentlemen in the game, and vice versa. I got partners who develop game on their own through trial and error, and then they've shared it with me. You dig? But you have to have that ability to respond to the stimulus with some game. The stimulus is what's happening to you. You got to be able to respond to the stimulus with some game, right? On your own, you got to have the kind of mind to be able to do that on your own. You dig? Hold up. Sexy Slim Goddess with your sexy slim self. Good looking with the $4 holla. You dig? I appreciate you on this good morning. Oh, okay. It's take 24K. Good looking with the $5 holla once again. It's take 24K. I'm no glutton, but I'm here for the laughs. For sure, it's all good, man. You gonna get some laughs for sure. You stick around. That's for sure. But good looking though. Big Vato Love says, hey, Pimp Freeze, what is game? Game is just a term that we use for information. Game is information, knowledge, right? Or as one of my favorite definitions of game comes from the incomparable Mel Taylor, which is knowledge with a flair, right? Originated by Mel Taylor, popularized by Andre Taylor. Knowledge with a flair. That's what game is. You dig? Ray says, Freeze, what makes your advice about women so much better than real dating coaches like Mr. Lucario, Miles, Angry Man, Coach Greg Adams, or Mr. 152? Some of those guys I've heard of, but there's some of them that I haven't heard of. But I don't watch any of those guys. Like, some of them I know who they are, but I don't watch any of them, right? But well, really I don't watch none of them, but some of them I have seen they stuff, right? But you know, when you authentic and really in it, as we say in the game, right? When you watch and listen to certain, like for instance, one person who I am kind of a little bit familiar with, who I've watched some of his stuff, is Dr. BOA, right? Now, I don't know Dr. BOA personally. Never met him, never hung out with him, none of that stuff, right? But he talks about certain things that I'm very familiar with, that I've lived, right? And the things that he says is contrary to the truth. And I know it because I live it, right? So, but the things like him in particular, right? A lot of the shit that he says is hypothetical. He ain't lived it. And I know because I have lived it. So when I hear other people talk about the shit that I've lived, I can tell by the way they talk about it whether or not they've lived the same thing that I've lived. And he has not lived a lot of the shit that he talks about, right? And anybody else who has lived it would agree with me because they've lived it, right? That's like whatever city you from. You might be from Detroit, right? And, you know, somebody might say that they from Detroit, but when they get to talking, you come to find out, man, this fool ain't from Detroit. He from Taylor, or he from Dearborn or some shit. You know what I mean? Or he from over there. He ain't from Detroit. You know what I mean? He from South from Detroit. You dig? Because you from there. So can't nobody like say some shit about Detroit that's not true, because you gonna catch it because you really from there, right? So that's how it is with the game, right? When you really done live this shit and you've been through certain experiences with women and you know how to deal with women, you've been through trial and error, you can tell the difference between somebody who's actually saying what they're saying from a place of experience versus somebody who's just regurgitating what they heard somebody else say on the internet, which a lot of these guys do, right? And not only that, but you also can tell when you're being the message that you're bringing. See, I'm not telling y'all a bunch of shit that I think sound good, or, you know, I heard somebody else say, or, you know, I'm saying this, but I'm talking like this, but I'm walking like that. No, I don't have to do that. I'm going to just tell the truth, and whoever like it. And if they don't, no hard feelings. I ain't mad at you. It is what it is. Either way it go, I ain't mad, you know, but I don't have to pretend to be nothing that I'm not. So, I'm going to give it to you in the raw, real, uncut. But, some other people, I ain't going to say his name, but the boy who got laced by the 6'4" gay black dude at 10 o'clock at night, who came to his door to give him a book, he's another person that I don't know personally, never hung out with him, never spent no time with him. But, when I listen to him talk, I know that he's fraudulent, because the things that he's talking about, I have actually lived. And I know that he's not telling the truth, because if he had actually lived it, he wouldn't say it like that. He would say it from an authentic place. But, you know, people get on the internet, they you know, they like a tape recorder, record and play back. They record what other people say, and then they play it back in their voice to you, and you thinking that it's some authentic shit because you don't know better. But, you know, back to, you know, what you're saying about the people whose names you mentioned, like I said, them, I've never watched any of them. Some of them I know who they are, but I still haven't watched them. But if they're anything like a Dr. BOA, or that dude that has for 4 gay black dudes coming to his doorstep unannounced at 10 o'clock at night, if they're anything like them, then, you know, they fraudulent. But, you know, they might not be, though. I don't know, because like, I can't speak on them because I ain't listened to them, you know? So I don't know. But Fresh and Fit, they some other fraudulent dudes. But Fresh and Fit kind of like expose themselves and telling themselves. You know what I mean? They let it be known that a lot of the information that they have, they don't say that it's not from experience, but when they tell you where they get their ideologies from, you know that it's not from experience. Myron, he let it be known that, you know, he read certain books about being a pickup artist, and that's where he started to learn. And then he just went further down a rabbit hole, and that's where he developed his outlook as far as how to deal with women. What's the name? The other one, Fresh. Fresh is a grandchild of Tom Likas. You know what I mean? Tom Likas is his granddaddy. He get his whole doctrine from Tom Likas, an old fat white man who, you know what I mean? If he ain't tricking, he ain't having nothing to do with a woman. So, yeah, but these are the guys that people listen to, though. You know, so you know, just from what I've seen, I haven't really seen any of those guys that are authentic. Or, you know, that they speaking from a place of experience, or that they're being the message that they bring. Because again, the guys who you named, I'm not familiar with their content, but I don't know if it's them or others, but I hear a lot about, oh, this dating coach, you know, he be saying all of this, but come to find out, he over there married, and he ain't been in the dating pool in 20 years. You know, all that type of shit. You know, or, you know, this guy, he always talking about, you know, dating advice, but, you know, he single and he don't never leave the house, and he ain't been on a date in 15 years. It be all that type of shit. You know what I mean? People that don't be outside, people that don't, like, you know, it just be a lot of fraudulent shit on this internet, man. I know that. So yeah. And me, I'm not a con artist. I'm not a grifter. That don't do nothing for me to con people. You know, it's a lot of things that I could be doing for the sake of money that I don't do, right? That I could do better than the people that's making a big bankroll off of that shit, right? If I was into that, man, I could kill the game. But the things that I do and the information that I give is because that's what I want to do. It's not just for the sake of money. So other people, they doing shit just for the sake of money. They don't care how true it is. They don't care how authentic it is, how effective it is. You know, they just want your money. They don't give a damn what you do with the information that you get, if the information that you get works for you or not. You know, I know they ain't got no money back guarantees. You know what I mean? Like, take this course, and if this course doesn't work for you within 30 days, there's a money back guarantee. Hell no, they ain't giving you nothing back. And you might not get any action from any woman, you know, from the information that they gave you in a expensive ass course. So but yeah, man, I don't know. And then not just that, but this one thing that I do know. Whether or not they're authentic and true to what they say, and they might have some good information, man, I'm some pimping, man. Like, I done dealt with way more women than any of them dudes, man. I done been through more trial and error. I done been through more ups and downs. I done been betrayed by women more than they have. And I'm pretty sure I done had more success with women than any of them have. Like, I'm the pimping, and I've been the pimping for a long time. So it's like, you know, a square man can't really, you know, the closest thing come to the pimping as far as a square man is kind of like a player, but no, can't no square man, you know, it ain't no disrespect to no square man, but man, it ain't too many of them that could mess with this pimping, man. As far as like game on how to deal with women. Like, I send women after guys like that, you know what I mean? To break them for everything they got and come back and hand it to me. So, no, man, them dudes, nah, man, I'm the pimping, man. That's, you know. But, I don't know. You might disagree. I don't know. You might listen to them, watch them, and listen to me and watch me, and you might think, you know, they better than me in some type of way. If so, I ain't mad at it. It's all good. I ain't no hater. You know, it is what it is. You dig? Tay 24K, good looking with the $5 holler once again. On God, they listened to some real estate courses and flipped it to some pimping red pill courses. Hey man, these are the type of testimonies that I always hear from guys that watch their content. You know what I mean? Especially once they discover the pimping, once they discover Sinful to P, once they discover Andre Taylor, once they discover myself, you know, they go listen to them dudes and then they come back over here and they be like, damn, man, I'd have been bamboozled. I'd have been hoodwinked. I'd have been run amok. You know? So, like I said, a lot of them dudes I'm not really familiar with, but Dr. BOA, fraud. The other boy, the big head boy, Late Night Rendezvous with the 6'4" gay black dude, fraud. The biggest fraud on the internet is that dude. So, yeah, man. Dudes be fraudulent, man. But hey, it's big business in it. I ain't mad at them, you know, because it's a lot of naive people that's gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. So, you know, if they can make money off of it, hey. See, I'm in the game, so con artists, robbers, all the shit, it's all in the game. So I don't get mad. Like, it have been times, like I told this story before too, right? This is going to show you why I'm not a hater, and I don't get mad at shit, because it's like, it's the circle of life. I remember I was in New York when I was real young. I was like 20 years old, right? And my brother Smooth was with me. Me and Smooth was in New York, right? And Smooth, for those of y'all who seen my video, my live that I did years ago, I Should Have Died in Ohio. Y'all know the story about me and Smooth in Ohio, right? So Smooth had lost his ID in Ohio. So by the time we get to New York, Smooth ain't got no ID. Now, we from LA, so in LA, back in the days, you go over there on Alvarado Street, close to downtown LA, get you a fake ID like that, no problem, right? So that's what we used to. So we in New York thinking, this is New York. This is the biggest city in the country. So New York got to have something like LA. So it's funny, Correct Vision, we was just talking about this shit. But we meet this dude in the street, right, in Manhattan. And we like, hey, man, you know where we get a fake ID at? And he like, yeah, I got you. Whoopty whoop. So he run the play on us so smooth, man. He played the hell out of us, man. So we was at the I think we was at the McDonald's. Was the McDonald's on 34th Street? Whatever the case, right? We was at McDonald's in Manhattan. It might have been Times Square. I think, it might have been time, but whatever the case, we was at McDonald's, right? And we talking to the dude. He telling us, all about the ID, what it's capable of, all this shit, right? How much it's gonna be, all that, right? So I think it was like $100 for the ID, some shit like that. So he like, yeah, man, is gonna make the ID for you. And it was like a Pakistani dude at one of them camera stores. Like back then, I don't know about nowadays, Manhattan, but Manhattan back then, they used to have like camera stores on damn near every corner over there. They used to have a bunch of cameras. So it was a camera store, and it was like a Pakistani dude, and he waved at the dude, and the dude waved back at him. And he like, yeah, that's who gonna hook it up right there. Man, dude wasn't on none of that. So we hand him the money, right? And then he goes over there and talks to the dude. And then he come back and he like, yeah, in just a minute, y'all gonna go over there and take the picture and do all the shit, right? Long story short, dude got over on us. He got away with the little $100, and we never got the ID. The whole shit about dude across the street was bullshit. So I was mad about that, right? So fast forward like a month later, what's the odds that in Manhattan I would run into this dude again? So about a month later, by then I had met this chick that stayed in Harlem. I done moved in with the chick. This is before the game, right? 20 years old. I done moved in with the chick in Harlem. So one day me and her getting on the train, we get on the 2 train to go back from Midtown back up to Harlem, right? So we on the platform and I see dude. I'm like, damn, that's a dude that took me and my homeboys money. And she was like, damn, for real? Because I think I had told her the story or whatever, right? So I seen him, and he was an older dude. He was like a smoker. You know what I mean? He's like a smoker, probably like in his 40s or something. And I could have easily like whooped him or did whatever to him, but I was like, I just chalked it up. You know what I mean? I was like, man, that's just the game. He got me. You know what I mean? And even if I whoop him, I can't get my $100 back because most likely he ain't got no money on him. So I just chalked it up. You know what I mean? And I just chalked it up as, you know, I got to tighten up on my shit so that nobody can get over on me like that again, right? So that's what I learned from that experience. Like, it's a circle of life, man. If you get got, you get got. It's on you to tighten up, though. So I say all of that to say, people that fall for the grifters on the internet, if you get got, you get got. It's on you to tighten up, though. You dig. Right, they sent you to Aki. New York got a lot of tethers. Nah, this dude wasn't no tether, though. The dude who got over on us. But you're right, though. See, that's what a lot of people don't know about New York, right? Like, New York got a whole lot of Caribbeans and Africans. They got a lot of black people from other places over there, right? That's just like South Central LA. A lot of people don't know about South Central LA. A lot of the black people that you see in South Central are Belizean, right? A lot of them are Belizean. And on the same token, a lot of the black people that you see in New York, even though like LA, you know, they might be gang banging, they might be cripping and blooding or from Hoover or whatever, but they from Belize though, right? Same thing in New York. You know, you see somebody from New York, they got the accent, they got the whole New York culture and all that type of shit, but a lot of them is either Caribbean or African. So, but yeah, shout out to New York though. Oh shit, I didn't even see ebooks. Let me see. I missed some super chats. Hold on. Ebooks was back there a minute ago. He probably ain't even here no more. But let me shout him out anyway. Ebooks, the cheap trick, my cheap trick partner, good looking with the $5 holla. I'm not mad because these the same so-called P's that have chicks selling $50 dates. It's a win for tricks on the budget like me. Hygiene look off though. He a fool. I think I got everybody else. Let me see. Yeah. Oh. Take 24K. Good looking again with the $5 holla. That boy a pansy. Real life. AI coin tell Saint. Man, you already know who I'm talking about. Take 24K. The Bell, my loved one, good looking with the $2 holla. Them internet dudes can't name one P partner. For real, they can't. You already know they can't, man. You know. That's how you know the difference. Cause see, like, this a thing too, right? When it comes to guys who guys just fake at anything, not just when it comes to dating, but anything, right? When you authentic, you know how to get to the bottom of the the authenticity of others, right? That's just like if somebody get on here and say they some pimping. I'm gonna be able to figure out if they really some pimping or not, especially if they older. Cause you got a lot of dudes that get on the internet and they might be 45, 50 years old talking about they some pimping. I'm gonna be able to get to the bottom of it. Even if they 35, 40 years old, like I'm gonna, because a lot of these dudes, they'll come on and say, "Oh, I've been pimping 10 years, 15 years, all this, that, and the third." Okay, where'd you come from? Who was you pimping with 10, 15 years ago? And then, me, I'm cross country, so it's a high likelihood that, if you say a year in a city, a year in a location where you was pimping, I might have been there. So you can't run that on me. Oh man, I was in San Francisco 2010. Oh, for real? Me too. When was you there? Where was you at? What was you doing? Oh man, I was in New Orleans in 2011. Oh, for real? Me too. Where was you at? What was you doing? Oh man, I was in the DMV in 2008. For real? Me too. Where was you at? What was you doing? You can't just tell me anything because I'm gonna be able to get to the bottom of it, right? Oh, you from such and such city? You know Pimping Top Hat? Nah, I ain't never heard of Pimping Top Hat. Man, how you from that city and you ain't never heard of Pimping Top Hat? Everybody from that city know who Pimping Top Hat is. And you say you from there and you been pimping how long? 5 years and you ain't never heard of Pimping Top Hat? It be shit like so. Pimping gonna be able to get to the bottom of it, man. Bottom line. Fila Speaks says, just because you're from Africa or Caribbean doesn't make you a tether. It's your actions. If you undermine FBA, that makes you a tether. Marcus Garvey is a rider, and FBA definitely supports Ibrahim Traore. Yeah, I know what you mean, but when you said tether, it just made me think about that. But no, you was right in the first place though that it is a lot of tethers though. Lady D says black men are the new tricks. Nah, black men ain't no new tricks. It been black tricking is an old thing. That been around. That ain't nothing new. Black tricks. Lady D, you thought you on your Christopher Columbus shit, huh? You thought you discovered something new that was already discovered long before you got to it. Lady D just discovered black tricks. Check you out. They been here, you know what I mean? You thought Plymouth Rock, huh? Oh, snap. Check you out. Right, I don't know anything. Says the truth will always outlast lies. Lies are easily exposed. Indeed, that's how I see it. I rock with Kevin Samuels too. Freeze. Right, you know what I mean? Like Kev, authentic. When he speaks, you can tell it's from a place of authenticity. Plus, Kev, he was an older man. But that don't mean nothing because you got some older men that's still frauds. But you could tell that Kev had experience behind what he was saying. When somebody has experience behind what they saying, it just comes across in a genuine type of way that you just can't fake that. Right? It's like playing the piano. If you sitting right there watching somebody at the piano, you're going to be able to tell whether or not they really know what they doing. And that's how this shit is, man. So, yeah, Kev definitely had it for sure. Jay says, Freeze, what do you think about the game in the DMV? I really can't say because I haven't been to the DMV in a very long time. I haven't done my thing, and I know it's a lot different. It's hella gentrified now compared to when I was there last. You know, it's certain places that I can't really speak to as far as today's times. Like the DMV, I ain't been there forever. Hawaii, I ain't been there forever. A lot done changed in Hawaii since I've been there. New York, I ain't been in really the whole East Coast. I ain't done my thing on the East Coast in a very long time. So I know a lot of shit is different, man, but I used to like that Jessup and Hanover and Laurel area. I used to like it over there on the internet. That area was cool. And that truck stop over there off of Highway 1 in Jessup, yeah, that shit was cool. Yeah, I used to like it over there. Linthicum Heights used to be good on the internet. Tyson's Corner used to be cool, but Tyson's Corner got burnt out a long time ago. DuPont Circle. I used to like DuPont Circle. And then, of course, the Loop. The Loop used to be the shit, too. Like 13th and L. That used to be the shit. But, again, like I said, I ain't been over there in so long, man. I couldn't really speak to how things are nowadays. I don't know anything says there's a lot of tricks and eaters in the DMV, but most of these bitches are renegades. Yeah, hey, that's one thing I will say about the DMV, man. The tricks I don't know about, again, like nowadays, man, but back in the days, man, hey, it was some good tricks in the DMV, man. For real. It was some good, generous, you know, don't have no problem tearing a bitch off tricks in the DMV, man. The DMV, man. Man, you said that, it brought back some memories, man, talking about the tricks over there, man. Shit. Man, the outcalls used to be beautiful, man. See, it's just crazy the type of shit that chicks be doing nowadays, but it just goes to show you, back to the original topic of this video, how dudes have become a joke in the eyes of these females, right? Man, and because these dudes are a joke in the eyes of these females don't have no game because the dudes don't have no game, and so they just do anything. Man, I remember when, like in the Craigslist days, before Backpage even was a thing, in the Craigslist days, man, like, and this is when the dollar was way weaker. I mean, not weaker, but the dollar was much stronger back then than it is now, which means it should be more dollars spent on women now than it was back then. But back then, a chick wouldn't do anything less than $400 for an outcall. Back then, that's probably equivalent to like $800 right now. Let's see, man. Let me see if I can find a inflation calculator. I'm just curious. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's go 2000. Let's say 2007. What $400 from back then is now. Damn. Okay, so $400 in 2007 is equivalent to $635 right now. Which means, let's just say 600, benefit of the doubt. You know, just imagine right now if all the girls on the internet was refusing to do outcalls for anything less than $600. Man, they doing outcalls for $80 right now. I guarantee you, within the last 24 hours, a whole lot of chicks throughout the country then did $80 outcalls, meaning they're going to the trick for $80. They spending gas, they spending time traveling to the trick. You know, a lot of them don't even have like the inclination for the to have the trick pay for their Uber ride. A lot of them will pay for their own Uber ride if they Ubering, or they'll drive if they, got transportation like that. But they doing outcalls for $80. That's crazy. When, again, like I said, back in 07, 08, hey, man, it was like a understood thing throughout the game, man. Chicks they wasn't doing outcalls for less than 400 back then, man. Especially in the DMV. The DMV was giving it up. Man, shit, on the internet, man, the DMV was giving it up, man. Those are some good times back then. The DMV was giving it up. Lady D says women are still on the streets when OnlyFans and other outlets cut out the middleman. Well, OnlyFans got a middleman, and them other outlets got a middleman too. But middleman or not, whatever, like, that's what a lot of people, a lot of squares who don't have anything to do with the game don't understand. Hey, the streets is still lucrative. It's still people getting rich in the streets off the game. So, yeah, it's shit. The street's still giving it up. Damn, 84 play, LOL, them renegades. Fila speaks. It ain't always renegades, man. It ain't always renegades, man. Sometimes it beat them. Well, I consider them renegades, because just because a chick is handing her money over the scene, that somebody is a pimp. So if she ain't paying the pimp, she a renegade for sure. Take 24K, good looking once again with the $5 holla. These dudes and these females a joke all across the board. Game is just goofy. Yeah, and the internet got a lot to do with that, man. Social media done made damn near everybody goofy. Social media done watered down everybody's thinking. The internet period has made a lot of people addicted to convenience, and, has hindered a lot of people's thinking capacity. So yeah, man. A lot of people is goofy though. You ain't lied about that, for sure. James Hudson, my LBC partner, what's happening with you, man? Right, T4L Negro says you could tell them 30 times and they still won't know. For sure. Okay, Ward says freeze, that'll help my discipline. What you mean that'll help what you talking about? Says the DMV is an internet type place. Game barely, if not at all, outside like the West Coast. Yeah, see, like I said, the DMV used to have a loop. But I ain't been over there forever. I don't know if the loop's still cracking like it used to. The loop used to be the shit though. Motor Culture says, free. You right, social media has made people socially awkward. You ain't never lied. For real. Okay. Ronaldo Jason, as always, good looking with the $2 holla. Blessings. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, man. Right, K Ward. The internet has brought convenience, and it's made people addicted to convenience, man. You know, when people had to rely more upon themselves than devices and services and all this type of shit, naturally your mind is going to be inclined to work more. And, you know, the more you exercise something, the stronger it gets. So, you know, the way the world was before social media, you had to exercise your mind more just in day-to-day living. And you know, not just your mind, but your body too. You had to do things like music, for instance. This shit right here got millions of songs on it. Millions of songs on this little device that could fit in your pocket. Millions of songs. So because it has millions of songs, it kills the experience of going to a record store. They still have record stores around. They far and few in between, but record stores still exist, but it's not the main source of music to be, right? But back when music, the main source of music was record stores, you know, I used to catch the bus to the mall. In the Lakewood Mall, they had a store called Record Town. Or, you know, on the east side, they had VIP Records. Or, you know, also in Lakewood, like we was talking about the other day, they had Warehouse Music, you know. So these is places that we used to go. Like, I would get on the bus, like when a new album came out, or, you know, the Delamo Swap Meet. Man, when a new album came out, we would get on the bus and catch the bus all the way across town just to get whatever new album was out. Life After Death, or, you know, All Eyes on Me, or, you know, Busta Rhymes, When Disaster Strikes, you know, all these types of, you know, any Snoop Dogg album, any Dog Pound, anything Death Row, you know what I mean? All the Bad Boy shit, Rockefeller shit, Rough Riders, man, Cash Money, No Limit. We going to the record store to get that shit. We ain't got it on no damn device that got all of those albums that I just named, plus millions more. We didn't have that convenience. So because we didn't have that convenience, we had to get up and go to a place to get a physical copy and put that physical copy in a device that only played so many songs, right? So, and you know, now they got playlists, but before playlists, we had mixtapes. You know, mixtape might have, you know, a bunch of different artists on it and shit like that, but a mixtape was pretty much like a playlist, like how you can make a playlist with a bunch of your favorites on there and shit like that. That's pretty much what a mixtape was. Mixtape was a playlist. So, or man, you know, like running into the bootleg man, that was another thing too, man. Oh man, the bootleg man was the shit. Oh yeah, Sam Goody. I'm forgetting about Sam Goody too, yeah. But the bootleg man was the shit, man. Running to the bootleg man in the Walmart parking lot Albertsons parking lot, Ralph's, you know what I mean, whatever grocery store parking lot, or you know what I mean, whatever barber shop you go to. Man, them bootlegs was the shit. See, a lot of y'all ain't never seen them bootlegs that, you know, somebody be in the movie theater with their camcorder like this. And you can see people walking past the movie. You know what I mean? Y'all, you know, some of y'all didn't get to experience them days, man. But that was a time to be alive, man. You know, when people were stealing cable from their next door neighbor. You did. I would say stealing cable. Some of y'all probably like, stealing cable? What are you talking about? Stealing cable? How do you steal cable? Hey man, we were stealing cable from the next door neighbor, man. Shit. That's the good old days, man. But again, you know, because we didn't have the internet to make everything so convenient, you had to use your brain. You had to use your brain for everything that you do. Now it's a lot of shit that you can do that you don't have to use your brain for, because it's being done for you. You devices for everything, man. But man, it was the good old days, man. Right, Black Sam buried $1 million in cash from bootlegging CDs. True hustler. Yeah. Yeah, Black Sam was the bootleg. He was a bootleg man for sure. He had the feds on his ass. He was so cold with that shit. They was on Black Sam ass. He was the man. But yeah, man, the bootlegs was the shit. All the movies. Man, I remember when I was in New York, man, the early 2000s, they used to have that. New York used to have the good copies of the bootlegs, man. I remember I bought Paid in Full bootleg. Man, that bring back some, man. How High. I had How High on bootleg, man. That was some good old days, man. That was some good times, man. Watching bootleg movies at the crib. You or whoever you fucking with, man. That was some good times, man. Yeah, man. Crackhead used to know how to steal electricity. The 80s and 90s was lit. Hey, for real. Hey, crackheads was resourceful. Man, I was talking about that not too long ago, man. Like, hey, these dope fiends nowadays are sorry compared to the crackheads back in the 80s and 90s, man. Hey, I remember my brother bought a cutlass, man, from a crackhead for $50. My brother bought a cutlass from a crackhead for $50, and man, that cutlass ran like a champ, man. Hey, that joint ran like a champ, man. The best $50 he ever spent. But see, them days is unheard of now. You can't buy a car that runs for less than $1,000, man. I remember I went to the SA Hood in Maywood, man, over there on Slauson in Atlantic, man. Nothing but essays over there. I went over there by myself, man, caught the bus over there from Long Beach, man, to buy an Impala. Man, I spent $450. That was the best $450, probably still to this day, man, I ever spent in my life, man. That little $450 bought me that Impala, man, and that joint up. Only problem is it wouldn't pass smog, so I couldn't update the tag, so I was riding dirty. But as far as the how good the car ran, man, that joint ran like a champ. Again, like I said, that was probably the best $450 I ever spent, man. That little Impala that I had, man. And it was the year I was born, too, an 81 Impala. Had me an 81 Impala, man. I drove that joint all over Southern California, man. This is the party line days and Black Planet. Meeting chicks on the party line, meeting chicks on Black Planet, meeting chicks on Yahoo Messenger and AOL Messenger, man. Hey, that was the good old days, man. 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 Sometimes I wish I could just go back in time just for like 30 days. Tay 24K, good looking again with the $5 holler. Freeze how it be when 10 hoes chase you 1 month and the next month they all married. I ain't ever been through that, you know what I mean, getting chased by a bunch of chicks to end up getting married. Now I done had some chicks that was on me. Not 10 of them, but you know, I know you speaking hypothetically, but it do be funny though when certain chicks like, man, some of these chicks be so confused. So like you said, they'll be married, right? They'll be chasing you 1 minute, then the next minute they married. But some of these chicks be changing their mind up. They want to do something different every day. Like, you know, today they want to be a 304. It's Saturday. Sunday they want to go to church and be a Christian. Monday they want to go to the mosque and be a Muslim. You know, Tuesday they're atheists. You know what I mean? Wednesday they want to be an astronaut. Thursday they want to be a firefighter. Friday they want to be a tarot card reader. Man, every day they want to do something different, to be something different. Man, they be so confused, you know, because they think they could do everything. So it's like, if you think you could do everything and you're not in tune with what you can't do and what you're supposed to do, you know, you're going to try to do everything. For real, they want to be somebody different every day. Man. K Ward says, I remember a crackhead stole a police cruiser trying to make the dealer. That nigga ran through the caution tape. It was in the cruiser wrapped in it. That's a funny ass story, K Ward. Yeah, crackheads, boy, they some resourceful. Man, crackhead gonna fix your car. They gonna mow your grass. Man, they clean your house. Man. Crackheads used to be so resourceful, man. Devin Knox says, Brother Freeze, can you give some insight on what Jose, or the true meaning of Jose? Well, you know what I mean, in the game, it's a common term. Jose is no say, meaning, you know, you can't take a 304's word for it, because, you know, they have a tendency to lie. But see, you got some people in the game that will abuse the Jose no say thing, right? Who's in the game that'll do lame shit, and if a 304 busts them out, they be like, oh man, you gonna believe the 304 over the pimping? But it's like, the 304 might not be lying though. They will lie about anything and everything, but they might not lie about everything though, all the time. Sometimes they might be telling the truth. You dig? So yeah, you gotta cast it or hide behind that Jose no say shit. But you can't always just count a 304's word out just because it's coming from a 304. You can't just say, like, just because it's coming from a 304 don't mean that means it's not true. Nah. You know, some cats will be lying on they pimping, lying on your pimping, lying about everything. And the 304 might be the only one to know the truth. And if she putting the truth out there, you know, they trying to hide behind the whole say no say shit. But it's bullshit. See, look at Lady D. It's a free country. They could do whatever they want and feel like doing that. They can wake up and feel like doing that day. Yeah. See, you probably done did that, Lady D. What you gonna be today, Lady D? You gonna be an astronomer? You gonna be a chemist today? What you gonna do? You gonna be the president of Uzbekistan? Like what you gonna do today, Lady J? You know what I mean? What's going on today? You gonna be a magician today? What's happening? First, I want to know what you was yesterday. And are you gonna be the same thing today, or are you gonna be something different? What do you feel like being today? That's my question to you. Crackhead strong too. I seen one carry a refrigerator on his shoulder full size. Hey Sharif, that's funny as hell, but I believe it though. Yeah, crackheads, man, it's just like their determination is unmatched. Like the determination of a crackhead. I can't think of nothing. This like what matches the determination of a crackhead? Like for real though, because that determination to get high, they will stop at nothing. They will do anything. Like, right, full size is crazy. That's funny as hell. He had it on his shoulder. He probably wasn't even that big, too. That's funny. Now everybody coming with their crackhead stories. Rashad say one time a crackhead picked the coat up off the floor, off the ground, and tried to sell it to me. Oh man, that's funny as hell. Right, a smoker's wheel, diabolical work for real. A smoker's wheel is unmatched, man. You can't nobody, man. A smoker gonna do whatever it takes, man. They gonna do the impossible. If it's ever something that you thought was impossible, put a smoker to the task. They gonna get that shit done. The pure coke from the 80s hit different. Yeah, that's real. Man, the 80s was off the chain. I was a little bitty dude, but I remember the 80s, man. 80s was off the chain. The Bell said, I seen a meth head on a bike with a queen size mattress on his back. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's funny as hell. Lojo, you stupid. 100 crackheads from the 2000s versus Gorilla. If crack win, they got a key. Who you got? Man, I'm betting on the crackheads, man. That Gorilla don't stand no chance. Man, 100 crackheads and they get to bust down a key? Hey, that crackhead, I mean, that Gorilla don't stand no chance, man. 100 crackheads, that's the challenge everybody need to be talking about. They talking about 100 black men versus a gorilla and all this old shit. Nah, man. 100 crackheads, boy, kiss that gorilla goodbye. He is not going to make it. Because if he might, a gorilla, he might knock a crackhead 50 feet. He might knock a crackhead 50 feet in the air. That boy crackhead gonna land and he gonna get right back up and chase after the. He just gonna get up and dust himself off and go head first to the gorilla again. Like crackheads, boy, they got superpowers. For real. Gorilla is not gonna stand no chance. Shit, 50 crackheads might get the gorilla, but 100. No chance. Lady D says, you men are very educational. No wonder the black community is doing so well. Well, Lady D, we oftentimes are educational on this channel, but sense of humor, especially as black people, we done been through so much. That's why black people is the funniest people. We the funniest people because of all the shit we done been through. You got to be able to smile. You got to be able to laugh. Like, what we supposed to be just miserable and just serious and educational all the time? You'll learn a lot here, but you're going to laugh a lot here too. But see what you gotta see with a lot of people. I don't want to go too deep off into that, man. But people are always blaming black people for black people's issues and things like that. But we was programmed to be the way that we are. We didn't choose to be the way that we are. We was put into a certain circumstance in a game that was rigged against us. And, all things considered, we doing the best we can. Now, people can always say, yeah, or y'all could do better in this way, that way, or the third, but all things considered, black people is doing the best we can. We don't own anything. We don't own banks. We don't own prisons. We don't own anything. We don't control anything. Right? And own everything and control everything, rig everything against us. Why you think, you see all these, you always hearing stories about a man did 40 years, black man did 40 years for a griznape, or did 40, 50 years for unaliving or something like that. And then he was found innocent and released, and they gave him a few $1 million, which don't compare to the time that he lost in his life. But, and all the family members that passed away, his loved ones that passed away while he was locked up. But yeah, that shit is happening all the time because the game is rigged against us. They steadily convicting people with no evidence. And, the game is just, that's just one aspect of it. But, we done had property stole from us, like the beach in Manhattan Beach that black people own. Like they just do, Black Wall Street. It's just so much shit. Like, the best we can, because the moment we start, to have anything going on for ourselves, they snatch it away. Central Avenue in Los Angeles, man, it was a thriving, black everything over there. We had hospitals, schools. We had everything, and it gets taken away from us. It's been so many communities and properties that we've had that they done tore down and built freeways through. A lot of these freeways that you see all over the country run through black neighborhoods where we owned everything, and they took the shit from us and tore it down and built, it's just so much shit we done been through in this country. Like, I be tripping off of people for black people, like black people need to be doing this and black people need to be doing that. Like, knock it off. We doing the best we can. Shit. We don't own a motherfucking thing and most likely never will. And the moment we do start to own some shit, it gets taken from us. Look at Kanye. Man was worth $9 billion. But when they felt like they didn't want him to have it, they took that shit. So it was never his to begin with. It just looked, he was worth $9 billion. People do what they want to do. Right, Bruce Beach. You know what I'm talking about, Fila Speaks? Yeah, man, like we done done some brilliant things, but we don't control anything. Big Vato Love, good looking once again with the $2 holla. Freeze, you say you homeless before. How did you come up? You know, I'm a street person of Big Vato Love. You know, so but even beyond the streets, man, you know, shit happens, man. I've never been the type of person to go get a 9 to 5. And, you know, not that I don't respect that. I have big, major respect for people that work 9 to 5s and ain't trying to be a boss and, you know, but that was never me though. I never went that route. I never worked a job or you know, any of that type of stuff. So I've always controlled my own destiny. I've always controlled my own fate as far as my income and all that type of stuff. And I've had some real high moments and I've had some real low moments. You know, when it's on you, when depending upon a system, because when you work a 9 to 5, there's a system set in place that you don't have to, you're not responsible for that system. You're not responsible for the functioning of that system or the structure of the system. The system is already in place when you go to work, you know, for a corporation or something like that, or the government or something, you know. So when you work for an entity like that that has a system set in place, you know, as long as you maintain your position in that system, you're pretty much good, right? Now, shit happens in those instances too, but it's a lot more stable, right? But when you in the streets, it's on you. It's what you make of it. And sometimes you might make it great, and sometimes you might fall off. You dig? But once you've done it, you could do it again. And then that's another thing too, right? Like me, I ain't never worried about shit. Even at times when I was homeless or I was messed up or sleeping in my car or didn't have nowhere to sleep or, you know, taking showers at the gym and eating continental breakfast at different hotels and all that type of shit, right? You know, this is just shit that we do in the game when we leaking, right? You know, I've just always been determined. And then that's another thing too. See, me, I've been homeless before, but I've never been strung out. And see, a lot of people who are homeless, they're homeless because they're strung out. And they stay homeless for a long time. As long as they strung out, they usually end up staying homeless for years at a time, right? But me, I didn't end up messed up because of a substance abuse problem or anything like that. It might have been, I might have been irresponsible with my money at times, or, you know, I might have underestimated certain opportunities and didn't max them out the way I could have or should have. You know, a lot of trial and error why an individual like myself might end up homeless at times. But as far as how I overcome it or you know, rise above it, you know, determination. I know those circumstances don't define who I am, and they don't they don't control my destiny. The circumstance don't. So yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. Bottom line. Freeze, they living in tents where you at? Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of that going on. It seemed like since the pandemic, man, that's been like a thing everywhere, man. Every city I done been to since the pandemic, every state I done been to, man, it's people sleeping in tents everywhere. At least all the places I done been. Just about. I pretty much seen, you know, that going on everywhere. Sharif says so true. Even on good times, when James returned that $27,000 and they gave him a $50 gift certificate, shaking my head, LOL. For real though. He thought they was gonna bless him. Right, tents and underpasses. Yeah, it's a lot of that going on. I don't know anything says facts. Real ownership is being your own boss. That's where the power comes in. Yeah, you know, it's pros and cons to everything, man. You know, when you choose to be your own boss, man, it's a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure comes with that. It's not all sweet. Right, like Lojo said, they trying to break Lil Durk for everything. Exactly. That's hey, that Lil Durk situation is crazy. That is crazy, man. Like I was tripping off of the fact that the feds had the audacity to say, like to on record say what they said about Lil Durk. They said pretty much that in order for him to have a bail, he would have to pretty much forfeit his whole fortune. He would have to break himself and become a bum, basically, in order for them to bail, so that he wouldn't be able to use his money and resources to, you know, flee the country or flee, you know, get little or, you know, do some more damage or some shit like that. I said, that is crazy. I ain't never heard them say that about anybody other than a black man. But because he's black, for them to have the audacity to say that shit is crazy. You know, like if it was a white man with the same charges in the same situation, same money, same charges, all of that as the same status as Lil Durk, if it was a white man, they wouldn't have said no shit like that. That shit is crazy, man. Yeah, Feli Speaks. That's what they said about Lil Durk, man. They said in order for them to grant him a bail, he would pretty much have to break himself for all the millions he got and property and assets and everything. He'd have to give all of that up for them to even think about giving him a bail. Because if he has the money and resources that he has, if he gets out to that, you know, they're afraid of what he would do getting out to all of that. That's crazy. But it go to show you it's all about money though. Because imagine if he agreed to that. Imagine if Lil Durk said, you know what? Let's run it. You know what I mean? Y'all can have everything. You already know them politicians and powers that be, FBI agents, attorney generals, you know, all them people, man. They gonna go in somewhere in the cut and bust that shit down so smooth. You gonna see a district attorney driving Lil Durk's cars. You gonna see an FBI agent driving, you know, a truck of his or something. You know what I mean? You gonna see a judge wearing his chain. You gonna see all kind of shit going on, man. If Lil Durk did that, then the cold part about it. That's how dirty they is. This is how dirty the government is. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, again, like I said, Lil Durk agreed to that. He said, you know what? Y'all can have my whole fortune. Y'all can have everything. He'll get that shit up and they'll let him out. And then they'll find some fluke ass reason to lock him right back up. And all that shit will be for nothing. That's just how they get down, man. People so grimy. I know from experience, you know what I mean? Of course, I ain't never had Lil Durk money, but I am a black man and I am in America and I have been through that system. Not the feds, but, you know, I done fought different states and I just know them people was, they people was grimy. They'll let you bail out and then they'll figure out some type of reason to lock your ass right back up. They did it to me. Like, force you to take a bullshit ass deal or something just so they can get a conviction. And then people grimy, man. And people grimy as hell, man. Like, and then, you know, see, I just understand things, and what's going on right now is big business. All of these cases, you know, it's like the media and the judicial system, quote unquote judicial system, in the media, they all working in conjunction with each other to, you know, build these cases on people and have these high profile trials and all this type of shit. Because, man, do you know how much money that adds up to? Like this Puff Daddy trial. Do you know how much money that shit is generating for so many people? Same thing with the Lil Durk shit, the R. Kelly shit, the Bill Cosby shit. This goes on. These high profile ass cases, they generate so much money for people. You know, that's why they keep trying different people. Fortunately, Jay-Z was able to wiggle his way up out that shit. And Shannon Sharp, he's looking cool now, but hopefully it don't get worse for Shannon Sharp. That's just how this shit go, man. Like, it's big business though. It's not a matter of these people being guilty or these people being the monsters that they portray them to be. Even Puffy. I don't think Puffy is no monster. Yeah, he beat the bitch up in the hallway of the hotel, but man, all the people with criticism on Puffy's name, they done did some of the same shit, if not worse. You know what I mean? A whole bunch of these dudes done beat government officials and all that shit done beat their significant other up. Look at the shit with the judge. I forget what state that's in, but the female judge that killed her husband. You know what I mean? Talking about it was an accident or some shit she said. I don't know, but this is a female judge. This bitch gunned her husband down. Cold shit. You know what I mean? So, but that's just one instance of an extreme case. But, you know, these people are people just like anybody else. So district attorneys, you know, have domestic violence with each other. FBI agents, you know what I mean? You got FBI agents, I'm sure, to be beating their wife up or beating their girlfriend up. All, you know, and then they're on that side of the law. So they grimier than the people in the streets because they on that side of the law. Like, who gon' hold them accountable for the shit they do? You know what I mean? Like, who gonna arrest an FBI agent? Who gonna arrest a detective? Who's gonna arrest a district attorney or, you know, an attorney general or a judge or some shit like that? You know? They the grimiest ones. So, yeah, man. I say all that to say, man, that shit ain't about these people being so dangerous or such a problem that they need to be taken off the streets because they such big criminals. No, that shit is big business. It's big money. They know damn well Puffy ain't guilty of no damn RICO. That shit crazy. Puffy just a freak. That's the only thing he guilty of is being a damn freak. But he ain't the only one. Again, a lot of them judges and, you know, attorney generals and detectives and, man, all them people, they freaks too. Shit. They just ain't on display. So it's easy to make somebody else look like a monster when your shit ain't all, you know, your dirty laundry ain't on display for everybody to see. But, you know, it's like nowadays people act like people ain't people no more. You know, like people, you know, when certain individuals' imperfections get put on display, it'd be a whole bunch of people pointing the finger, talking shit, but they guilty of the same thing, if not worse. That's like a partner of mine, man. This is going to show you how people are. Of mine, he get arrested for a very serious charge. A charge that if he get found guilty, he might get a life sentence, right? But the detectives on his case, right? The lead detective on his case is a guy, and there was another detective on his case that's a female, right? Now, Come to find out, the lead male detective and the female detective, they in a relationship with each other. They boyfriend and girlfriend. They live in the same apartment building, right? So the female detective, she goes to the male detective's apartment. She got a key to his apartment right now. Before she go there, she been calling him. Calling. He ain't answering the phone, right? So the female detective go to the male detective's house. She go up in there. He dead. He done overdosed on fentanyl and died. Come to find, and then right after he died from fentanyl overdose, she gets suspended because she tested positive for an illegal substance. In the news, they didn't even say what the illegal substance was, but we already know what it was. Fentanyl. You know what I mean? These the police. I remember I seen a video not too long ago. Where was they at? I think they was in Sacramento. But some of y'all probably seen the video on YouTube. That shit got millions of views. But I think they was in Sacramento. But whatever city they was in, right? This officer was sitting in his car for his partner. His partner had to go use the restroom, right? Supposedly. So his partner in there, you know, he taking a while. So because his partner taking a long time, he go in there to check on him. His partner in the bathroom high out his mind, and he done got stuck. He's stuck on the ground like all, you know, twisted up like his I can't even display how he was. But he in the bathroom stall twisted up in there smoking fentanyl, right? So come to find out earlier that day, and all this shit, that's what's crazy. All this shit is on body cam. But then earlier that day, he pull up on a smoker at a gas station, and he like, yeah, man, you got any drugs, anything on you? Whoopty whoopty whoop. So the smoker like, yeah, man, I got my, you know, this on me. So the smoker give the police officer his pipe in a little foil. This dude go to smoke the shit. So come to find out, he been doing that. Come to find out, he been on the streets shaking down dope fiends, taking they dope, and then smoking the shit. He ain't putting nothing in evidence. The evidence going in his lungs. You did, but you know, this ain't nothing new. It's just fortunately there's cameras everywhere, so you get to see some of the shit that, you know, police and all the people that they been doing. These people been just as dirty as the people that they prosecute and arrest and all that shit. They just as grimy, if not worse. So, you know, it just kills me how they try to make Puffy look like this big old monster and all this sort of type of shit. And it's like, man, y'all know Puffy ain't guilty of no damn RICO. Puffy didn't have no damn criminal enterprise. This man was a legal billionaire. Why in the hell would he have a criminal enterprise as a legal billionaire? That don't make no damn sense. But, you know, they seen an opportunity. And like I said, it's big business right now, man. Puffy is generating millions of dollars for people with this high profile ass case. Right, like they did OJ. Same thing. You know what I mean? Could you imagine how many people OJ made rich? Cause man, that shit man, I remember that trial, man. That shit was like, that was the trial, like they called it the trial of the century because it was. That was the biggest trial ever up until that time. Probably still is, shit. I'm trying to think of a trial that was bigger than the OJ trial. Nothing really, shit. They trying to make this Puffy shit just as big, but man, don't nothing compare to that OJ shit, man. That shit was huge. But this about the liquor company lawsuit Diddy filed for discrimination. Yeah, and that might have kicked it off. You know, A lot of people saying that, speculating that. That might have kicked it off. He probably rubbed the wrong people the wrong way doing that. But it's like they people who have a certain reputation, they utilizing that to hold, like R. Kelly, for instance. You know what I mean? R. Kelly, he been having a reputation for a long time of being this monster. You know, so look at all the people that made money off of him with his whole trial situation. They made a whole fake ass documentary about him, a little fake ass docuseries. Then people made money off of that. Then the whole trial situation, people made money off of that. You know what I mean? Now they done tried to kill the man several times. It's grimy. Because they know if he get out, which he's gonna be getting out. But, you know, man, they didn't they doing R. Kelly dirty, man. That shit ain't cool. They done did him so dirty. Right, they give him too much credit. People invite themselves to do business with him, entertainment for him, new attractions for him. Yeah, man. And then look at Cassie. You know, they was trying to make Cassie into this big victim. This stupid bitch, she is on the she's recording herself, even though the person who she threatened was recording too. But she's recording herself saying over and over again how she gonna unalive this dude if he don't show her the tape that he has of her, you know, doing whatever she doing on the tape. She must have told that man 100 times that she was gonna unalive him. How stupid can you be? Then she says, I'm not gonna do it. The blood ain't gonna be on my hands, but I'm gonna have somebody do it. Cassie, boy, man. But it just go to show you how grimy the powers that be are, how they really don't care. Like, that's a crime. Somebody over the phone that you gonna unalive them, or that you gonna have somebody unalive them. Man, there's people sitting on the prison yard right now for that. But do you think they're gonna book Cassie? Hell no. Because by Puffy being this big old monster, anybody else's dirt, that shit don't matter. They're going to excuse that. But Cassie, you know, if it was really about, this just go to show you that it ain't about justice, because if it was really about justice, Cassie would be on trial just like Puffy is. You know what I mean? Because if anything, if he was doing anything criminal, that's his partner in crime. That's his co-D. That's his crime-y. But, you know, see, it's just messed up because, you know, they can always use that video against Puffy in so many ways, man. The video of him beating her up in the hallway of that hotel, man. But you see from that audio of her threatening that dude over the phone, shit, Cassie, she pretty gangster her damn self, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was some times where she done beat Puffy up. You know what I mean? Like, we seen Puffy beat her up, but we ain't seen if she done beat him. But she probably done beat him up a few times, but we ain't seen it though. It ain't. If it is a video, it's probably being suppressed. If it's a video of her beating him up, you know, that's tucked away. We ain't gonna never see that. That tape ain't gonna see the light of day. But I'm pretty sure Cassie done beat him up too. She probably done kicked him in the nuts and slapped him and spit on him, all kind of crap. You know, they freaky. They get high, they tripping. You know what I mean? So, for a long time, man, you think they been together all that time, man, and Cassie ain't never tried to beat that man up or, you know, chased him with a knife or something. She done did something. Her little crazy ass. Cassie a thug, man. I ain't, you know, like I said, man, me, I don't get all caught up in the way somebody look and the way they portray themselves and all that type of shit, man. I know how to look past all that shit and see a thug when I know a thug when I see one, man. Cassie ain't nothing but a thug. She a gangster. A dangerous thug at that. You know what I mean? Can you imagine just like, you know, she mad at Puffy, he go to sleep and she do something to him. She just still off on his head, bam, fire on him while he sleep. You know what I mean? Kick him in the nuts while he sleep. Start choking his ass out while he sleep. You know what I mean? Like, I don't put none of that past the bitch, man. She probably did all that. Cassie grimy, man. That shit don't fool me. Nah, I know Puff ain't soft. Bro, y'all think Puff soft for real? I know Puff ain't soft. I'm just saying I don't think Cassie soft. You know what I mean? Puff was from Harlem, y'all forgot. Yeah, Puff dad was big in the streets, but Puff wasn't big in the streets. But no, I don't think Puffy is no mark or nothing like that. I don't think he's soft, but I don't think Cassie soft like everybody thinks she is. That's all I'm saying. We know Puff a thug too. You know what I mean? We ain't forgot what Puffy did to Steve Stout. You did? We ain't forgot about that. You know what I mean? We know Puff with the business. Puff will have to be a silent partner for a few years once he is acquitted or appeal on wrongful conviction. This case has perjury, removed jurors, etc. Yeah, but you know, like we always knew the game was rigged when it comes to the quote unquote judicial system. But man, the rigging of it is just like it's being exposed more and more. Like the dirt that they doing, it just gets more and more exposed. So it's grimy though. But I don't think Puffy is guilty of any of the shit that they charging him with. That's my thing. Only thing Puffy guilty of is being a freak, and that being a freak ain't a crime. Lojo, good looking again, once again with the $2 holla. A female judge shot her boyfriend in the eye. Yeah, Lojo, I don't know if you was just here. That's what I just was talking about. She shot her judge and tried to say, I think she tried to say it was an accident or something, or I forget what her story was, but she full of shit. To shoot that man. So Puffy not guilty of beating Cassie on video. We already know he guilty of that. What I said is I don't believe he's guilty of the things that he was charged with. Like the RICO. He's not guilty of the RICO. I don't believe that. I don't believe Puffy had no damn criminal enterprise. That's what I don't believe he's guilty of that. Yeah, we seen him beat her up on camera, but like I said, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's old school or whatever, man, but that to me, that shit ain't that's like regular shit, man. People get issues all the time, man. You know, it's so many people on that side on that side of the law that, you know, get into it with each other, man, that we just don't know about. You know, it's probably a district attorney beating his wife up right now as we speak. But we ain't gonna never see it. We ain't gonna never hear about it. You know what I mean? They do all kind of grimy ass shit. Right, exactly. Like Ray say, now I do believe it's other people should be involved if it's a RICO. Yeah, it's just like R. Kelly. You know what I mean? They convicted R. Kelly of the RICO, but like, who was his partners? You know what I mean? Because, you know, that's what some people don't know, that the RICO law was created for the mafia, because the mafia was so damn slick and they was so cunning with the shit that they was doing. You know, they had to rig the game, you know, to be able to beat their ass, because they really couldn't do nothing with the mafia. So they came with the RICO. And the RICO made it where they could, you know, like do a lot of blanket bull. You know, the RICO made it where they could just, you know, they could just make anybody a criminal organization, and, you know, conspiracy this and all this other type of shit. And it don't even require really no evidence to convict people of the RICO. So, but whenever like, the mafia is not no one person. So when they created the RICO for the mafia, it was to take down, you know, whole families or whole outfits of people. Like, they've never charged no one person with the mafia. I mean, with the RICO until recently. Too, like R. Kelly is like the first person I could think of. There was just like the RICO was centered around, a RICO case was just centered around this one person. I'm trying to think of anybody else before R. Kelly when they did that. Yeah, they could charge Puffy with the Freako, but not the RICO. Like, I don't know anything. Chief, right? Like Chief Dolapo say, Freako. Right, you can't have a RICO case, and he's the only one in it. Right. Sharif say, well, what about did he transport mail 304s across state lines? We know what that is. But yeah, he wasn't sending the mail 304s. He was tricking on the mail 304s. Like, he wasn't taking them across state lines like, yeah, man, my guy, so this is what we gonna do, man. I'm finna take your ass, you know what I mean? You been doing good on Sunset and everything like that, but now, you know what I mean, we gonna go try this Vegas, man. This more the big leagues, you know, like that Sunset Boulevard, you know what I mean? You be shining like a star over there doing your shit, man, but we gonna go on over here to this Las Vegas, man, and you know what I mean, see how you beat your feet on the concrete around there, man, see what you could turn up around that Las Vegas, you dig? But people act like Puffy was just like in the car with the boys, man. Like he had a stable of dudes in the car, man. Like he was just popping it to him while he was on the highway. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Like Puffy was just doing some cross country sending on male gigolos. Oh man. Right, the big leagues, man. Puffy was trying to take them dudes to the big leagues, man. Oh man, free Puff though, man. I don't think he need to be locked up, man. Free that man. This shit is a whole scheme, man. Like, they doing them dirty, man. Yeah, they try to act like Puff just had a stable of guys, man, that he was just going cross country. Like, Puff wasn't on none of that, man. Puff was having fun. He was tricking on them male gigolos. He wasn't, like, sending them for money. Yeah, he wasn't sending them dudes like that, man. He was ordering them guys. It's delivery, not DiGiorno. You dig? Hey, man. Ronaldo Jason, you stupid, man. Something wrong with your ass. Oh man. Puff said, "Don't call my mama house pestering everybody neither." Oh man. Man. It might just be karma free. Sometimes you pay for the other shit you did. Tupac, Kid Cudi, Biggie, Craig Mack. Yeah. I was thinking about that shit too, man. It's like, out of everybody who done been associated with Bad Boy, man. Like if you think about Death, like Snoop came from Death Row, he doing well for himself. Dr. Dre came out of Death Row, he doing well for himself. Of course, those are the two biggest examples, but you know, Daz and Corrupt, I'm pretty sure they doing all right for themselves. But you know, and other labels is like that too. But Bad Boy though, man, they be going out bad from Bad Boy, man. Like you said, Craig Mack went out bad, Biggie went out bad, Black Rob went out bad, Mark Curry, he ain't really doing too swell. Loon went to prison for a lot of years. G Dep went to prison for a lot of years. Man, like Bad Boy artists, Mace is like the only one that's kind of like in this way later in life, you know what I mean, with nothing to do with Bad Boy, but the Locks, even though they, you know, they went to Rough Rider too, but Locks originally Bad Boy, they Bad Boy alumni. The Locks is probably like the only ones that like did well for themselves, Bad Boy. And now Mace. But aside from the Locks, man, everybody else kind of like, they didn't really have a good way to go, man. Faith Evans, I remember she was complaining about how, you know, she was struggling and Puffy wasn't, you know, he's supposed to be the godfather to her son, but, you know, he, you know, like basically like, you know, Christopher Wallace Jr., you know, he ain't really seen no benefits off his father's work. Neither the daughter, you know what I mean? You would think they would be set. But yeah, man, like Bad Boy, man, everybody kind of went out sad. Total, I don't really know nothing about them. 112, I don't really know nothing about them as far as, you know, how they did later on, but Fela Speaks says Sharif, R. Kelly might be, but you think Puffy killed Biggie? Well, karma could have earned him this. Yeah, I figured Total was probably broke. I know the one girl from Total is married to Omar Epps. She probably doing all right. Carl Thomas, I don't know. I know Carl Thomas still be performing and shit. But he probably ain't no millionaire or nothing like that. But yeah, I forget her name. The light-skinned one, though. The light-skinned one out of Total, she married to Omar Epps. They've been together for a long time, too. Right, Diddy seemed to have a black cloud. Even when he had the concert in the early 90s and like 14 people got killed. Yeah, you talking about that Howard, I think it was like something to do with Howard, I think. He threw a event at Howard, I think. But yeah, I remember about that though. Like people got trampled or something at his concert or his event. Shit, even Wolf, his old bodyguard, Wolf, ended up going out bad. Like, damn, Puff, like, he done had a lot of like young deaths and yeah, man, Puff right, I seen when G Dep came home. G Dep was crazy though. I wouldn't have did what he did though. But I mean, he home now and everything, but I wouldn't have did what G Dep did, man. I mean, that, you know, I can't really, I mean, it was, I guess you could say it was solid, but so for those of y'all who not familiar with G Dep's story, G Dep obviously was a bad boy artist, had some success in the early 2000s, but G Dep, he shot a dude like when he was real young before he even got famous, right? I think the shit happened in like 93 or something. But he robbed somebody. And the person that he robbed, he shot him. But he didn't know what happened. Like, he didn't know if the person died, but the person did die though. He shot the person and he didn't stick around to see what happened, what the outcome was. But he shot the person died, but G Dep got away with it. Shit happened in 93. Fast forward to 2010, you know, he done gave his life to God. He walking a new path. And he said that God told him to go down to the police station and turn himself in for this cold case from from 93 to 2010, 17 years ago. Turned himself in and, you know, they end up finding him guilty and sentencing him to prison and all that shit. And he just got out last year, like Sharif said. But yeah, like that's why I say you know, I don't think God would have talked to me like that, man. I don't think God would have wanted me to do that with my life, man. But hey, that's between him and God, I suppose. Yeah, I know G Dep was on drugs because I used to know because G Dep and Black Rob, they used to have the same manager. I know a guy that used to manage them, and he was letting me know they was wet heads. You know what I mean? G Dep and Black Rob, they used to be on that water real heavy, that Sherm. I don't know what other drugs he might have messed with, but I did hear about the Sherm back in the day. But he wasn't on drugs when he turned himself in, though. He was, you know, like I said, he had given his life to God, and he said that God told him to turn himself in. And I don't know, I can't say, you know. Like I said, I guess you could say that's solid. But then again, like just on some real shit, like you never know how that might have been weighing on him. And he might have felt like that was like the only way that he can make that right. You know, because he don't know the guy, so it ain't like he could go apologize to his family, or if the guy had kids, you know, bless his kids or something. You know, he don't know who the guy is. He just robbed him and shot him. So he might have felt like, you know, now that he's given his life to God, he might have believed that that was like the best way for him to make that right. So, but he better than me. Because again, like I said, I don't know if God would have talked to me that same way, man. I think God would God would have wanted me to make it right in a different way. You dig? Philosophy says, God ain't gonna tell us to turn ourselves in for his church. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not saying that God didn't tell him. Maybe God did tell him that. That's between him and God, you know. So God probably did communicate to him in that way. Say, hey, man, you know, this what it is, man. It might have did go down like that, man. Yeah, nah, they wasn't looking for him. He had gotten away with that. They wasn't gonna catch him for that. He smooth got away with that. He volunteered himself. But like I said, cause see, you know, when you in the flesh, man, and you ain't got a spiritual connection with God, you know, certain things just don't weigh on your conscience like that. But when you give your life to God and you start living for God, you know, you just got a whole new outlook on things. So maybe when he did that, he probably just felt like, you know, that was just weighing on him, you know, and he probably spoke to God about it, and God, that's the solution that God gave him, I guess. Sharif, you stupid. Man, see, y'all keep trying to put the drugs on it, man. I'm trying to give G-Dep the benefit of the doubt, man. Sharif say God always talk to people when they high, laugh out loud. Seriously though, prison forced him to kick the drugs. He was homeless too. See, that part I didn't know about when he turned himself in, that he was homeless. But ain't no telling, he might have been high. I don't know. I know he was, you know, messing with drugs for a long time, so that could have affected. He might have, you know, claimed it was God, but he, you know, it might have been them that he was under the influence of. Right, you don't get away with murder because you can't run from yourself. And like Sharif say, you know what I mean, the prison forced him to kick the drugs. That might have saved him. You know, because G-Dep might have been one of them people, man, that like, you know how some people, when they go to prison, you know that prison saved them, because if they would have stayed on the streets, you know, they probably wouldn't have made it. G-Dep might be one of them people, man, like if he stayed on the streets, he probably wouldn't have made it, you know? So him going to prison probably did save him. It definitely helped him kick the drugs. So, and I'm pretty sure, you know, he done got a lot more in tune with God while he was in there. So, yeah. But shout out to G-Dep though. He seemed like he a good dude. And he's still spitting too. I seen a freestyle that he did, and it was pretty nice. I gotta give it to him. Like G-Dep still got it. He still got that flow. Cause damn, I can't remember the name of that. I can't remember the name of that platform that he did the freestyle on. But I seen he did a freestyle shortly after he got out, and it was cool. It was he did his thing on there. I said I think he had kids too when he turned himself in. Yeah, it probably did. Detroit Man still says, yeah, he must not have had nothing good going on or nothing going on, because most dudes ain't gonna give themselves up when they up to something good. Yeah, that's real. That water. Yeah, he was off that water for sure. Cause like I said, I used to be cool with an old manager of his, and he used to talk about how G-Dep and Black Rob, they used to be off that water together, kind of heavy. And like that, you know what I mean? Like prime example. While G Dep was locked up, look what happens with Black Rob. You know what I mean? Black Rob ended up, you know, getting up out of here. So who's to say, you know, G Dep might not have met the same fate if he would have stayed on the streets, you know? Remember Craig Mack joined the cult before dying of AIDS. Did he be messing their minds up? I'll be wondering about that too with Craig Mack, man. I'll be wondering if he really had AIDS though. Cause his wife said that after he died, but it's like, how come like I mean, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if anybody else that said Craig Mack had AIDS besides his wife. I don't know. Right, Golden Appel said Freeze, I don't think so. Yeah, I be wondering about that, man, because it seemed like she the only one that said that shit. But you could tell something like he has some kind of illness going on, but yeah, I don't know. I be wondering about that. Then it's like, you know, I just don't like how people be playing with people's legacy after they pass away, or playing with people's image and likeness after they pass away, man. It's like, you know, the wife might have been mad at him for something that he did, you know, and once he got up out of here, she was like, this how I'm going to get back at him. I'm a girl believe he had AIDS. You know what I mean? Then it's coming from, you know, ain't no telling, man. Facts, they never play with you when you're alive. They always wait until you're gone. Yeah, you know, like, and it's just unfortunate, you know, like who's going, because that's his wife. So it's like, you know, some certain people probably ain't going to challenge what she's saying because that's his wife. But I don't know, man. Where's the test? Like, where, you know, what did the autopsy say? 'Cause they had to do an autopsy on him. You know, I don't know. I ain't really sold on that. I don't know if I ain't really sold on that, man. I ain't sold on that. I don't believe it. I believe it when I see some proof, man. Diabolical Work says, MFers don't realize how rough it is all over America right now. If you got a roof over your head, clothes on your back, food on the table, and your own transportation, you are blessed. Yeah, that's real, man, because it is rough, man. And then, you know, they ain't doing nothing but making it harder, man. You know, even to get a decent place to live. I was thinking about that shit the other day, man, like, they be making shit hard as hell to get a decent place, just to get a decent place to live nowadays. Like, if you don't want to be in the slums and you got some money, sometimes your money ain't even good enough to, you know, afford you certain things, man. They just set up a lot of roadblocks and shit, a lot of red tape for you to have to go through just to do certain shit, man. It's like cash ain't really king no more like it used to be. And then everybody robbing you, man. Like car dealerships is trying to rob you. They trying to get over on you. And properties if you trying to buy or any of that. That's just like some of y'all probably seen that shit on the news or the internet or whatever, but it was a black couple and they were in the Bay Area. I want to say they was in East Palo Alto. But it was a black couple that had a house, right? And they had somebody appraise the house. And the people who came and appraised their house appraised it for like way less than what it was worth, right? So then they had it appraised again, but they did something. I think they made it seem like a white person owned the house. I think they made it seem like they sold the house to a white friend of theirs or something like that. But anyway, they couldn't find out that the people, it was simply because they were black. The people who appraised the house appraised it for way less than what it was worth. Right? So imagine if they would have went off of that first appraisal and sold the house for like $200,000, hypothetically speaking, when it's worth $800,000 or something crazy like that, right? So the people, they probably gonna end up being the ones, they're gonna have their hands in it some type of way. The people who appraised it for super low, and then when they sell it, you know what I mean, they gonna flip it and make a crazy flip on that shit. See, that's why I say, man, like black people doing the best we could do. You know what I mean? Whenever I see people criticizing black people for the shit, like it's like, look at what they do to us. That shit crazy. Right. The Detroit man is still saying, I remember staying in Seattle back in 2020. A trap house was damn near 400 racks. And see, that got a lot to do with everything too, man. The pandemic really messed up, a lot of shit. The pandemic messed up a whole lot of shit, man. Yeah. Yeah, the pandemic messed up a lot of shit. And see, I think what was going on in the pandemic, a lot of people was losing money because a lot of people wasn't able to work, so a lot of people wasn't able to pay rent. So, property managers and owners and shit like that, they was losing a lot of money because people couldn't, they couldn't evict people that, people was just staying in their shit for free. So next thing you know, when everything start opening back up, man, the price of everything just went through the roof. People was trying to make up for that lost time. But everything's still through the roof, though. Ray said the pandemic bought me a 3S4 or PS4. That's funny. But yeah, man, it's always a pleasure chopping it and popping it with y'all, man. I can do this shit forever, man. But Pimp gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up. Shit. We've been on this joint 5 hours and 20 minutes. That's crazy. But time flies when you popping and chopping this game. But yeah, man, as always, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate you for all your comments, questions, input, feedback, jokes, all that good shit. I appreciate you for subscribing. I appreciate you for hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that it comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freeze is it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.